ice and rock as the rivers and creeks flow with its springtime runs. Freedom to love yourself and your fellow man again, and not see them as your content, but as a person telling a story. A story about comedic value in our lives, when everything outside of it has become dull, repetitive, or just plain hard, and you need a break from that reality. You take it in doses. The community self-moderates the degens out of the conversations.
Yes.
We look out to the grass and begin to once again touch it. An end, if you will. This is the one thing it does fear. Endings.
Yeah. There's an end to the tale, Brian. There's a beginning and an end to the tale. And sometimes...
roofers are furious about this.
Sometimes the tale has to end. And I hope to be with you when we go up to the aliens, Brian. We start making negotiations to join the Intergalactic Federation. So I will always be your friend, Bri. But sometimes it needs to be said what needs to be said. And that is what it is. If that's a stab in the back, then that's a stab in the back. It is. All right. We'll move on from Brian. My longtime friend. I'll be joined by another good friend of mine, hopefully, momentarily. And we'll start off with this. Maybe he's not ready. Can I say I hate running OBS?
How dare!
Here we go. So let's see how this is displaying on the screen. Pretty good. Okay. All right. Here we go. We're going to start off here as there was 10 hours. 10 fucking hours. Oh, here he is. Ralphie. You there, bro?
Yo, what's up, man? Yeah, how's it going?
Hey, thank you for joining me. I hate doing shows alone, so.
Yeah, you're welcome. Good to be here for a little bit. How you doing?
It's good to have you here, bro. I was just getting us into the swing. We're going to do a little recap of last night, and then maybe we'll stream snipe for a little while. I don't know how much I could take of the stream sniping.
I don't know how much I could take.
It's going to be
either,
tough.
but
so I said
I'd be here. So
yeah, I wanted to do like a little montage of what happened last night. Literally 10 hours of seething from their kitchen about me and you. A lot of seething about me, more seething about me than I could possibly even imagine. Remember, these guys don't talk, but they've never talked about me, and they don't understand why I'm feuding with them. Even though it's completely one-sided. I wasn't even here for 3 weeks. I wasn't even streaming for the last 3 weeks, and they couldn't stop, talking about me. Their whole 10-day streaming spree that they did. I don't even think, was I even here for that?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think I was. But they screamed about me every night, and I wasn't even there. So it was a very interesting time having to listen back to this and listen to the spinning of history, the rewinding of the tapestry of history, where they didn't do anything wrong. They don't know he doesn't know what they did to me. He doesn't know anything. Have you ever experienced this, Ralph? You have,
Yes.
yeah. You have a storied history of feuding, on and off with Worski for years. What do you think is going on? Can you give me a little?
Well, Worski's the master of creating a false reality for his supporters, and he's one of the most dishonest people around. So he has to create a false narrative and a false presentation, and everything you see from Worski on the camera is fake as fuck. And he's always been that way. He's always, he's really, I'm going through some shit, obviously, but he's always, trying to lean on somebody or trying to suck up the talent of somebody else. And he doesn't really have it on his own. Everything you see on air is complete, bullshit, and he leans into the retard bit, obviously, because he's a retard.
Right.
But he's actually a malicious, dishonest faggot at his core in every way possible. And whatever you think about me, it's me when I go out there on air, and for better or for worse. And Worski is a fake and a phony and a liar and a piece of shit. So.
Right. Do you believe it? Remember, he's been 4 years sober. 4 years sober. He hasn't done.
Yeah.
Any
By the
coke.
way, and I said this last night. I mean, you can't be sober and getting fucked up and drunk and doing coke, partying every once in a while. That's not sobriety. And I've had some times where I've fallen off and didn't want to admit it at first. Because that's how you do when you have drug problems, drinking problems. But I always have. And Worski never does that. He's afraid of emotional honesty. He's afraid of like real vulnerability because he'll completely crack.
Completely weak, a very weak-willed pussy kind of guy who really can't deal with anything. Literally and pathological. As he does a line of coke, he'll tell you he hasn't done coke in 4 years and that he only did it for a year.
Right. And it's like, well, just say you're doing drugs. I mean, I guess it's to contrast with me or something, but it's like, you're drunk right now. You're doing drugs right now. Like, you're not fooling anybody.
Yeah. Well, Andy's literally fucking railing lines on stream. Okay. Just fucking.
Oh, you tried to say that wasn't true.
Yeah. Okay.
By the way.
Well, we're going to.
He said he was laughing. Well, first off, who holds their nose? Who holds their nose like that?
With 2 fingers,
not snorting a line or trying to catch a drain.
Yeah, who holds 2 fingers to their nose, leans over, and snorts?
Yeah, look.
We're gonna examine
I don't care. I don't really care. Do all the drugs you want. Obviously, I'd be the last one to sit out here and preach about drug use. Although I'm sober now, but it's the hypocrisy.
It's the hypocrisy. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
It's the insane hypocrisy and the insane lying. The depths that these guys are willing to lie about just everything. Even like things that they'll do in front of you, they'll lie to you and they'll say it didn't happen. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Andy took your wallet and took money out of it and then told you he never, he's never even seen your wallet. He doesn't have any money. Like, right in front of you. This is the level of pathology that we're talking about.
Yeah, and honestly, their supporters eat it up. They're just as sick as they are. And you see them bully their supporters. Look, I have goals and stuff too. But if we don't hit it, we don't hit it. Like, I don't sit there and go, and then to say we do hit it, I'm not like, well, we need to add a few more zeros onto that, or get your wallets out, give me more money. Like, I don't know. That shit's disgusting to me.
Yeah, we're gonna enhance this, and we're gonna have the audience do a little vote here. Can you see? You could see it on your end, right?
Yeah.
That's why I just do it. It's just so much easier to share the screen. So.
Sure.
The whole point of the Keno Casino is to scam as much money as possible.
Let's examine that.
The whole point of the Keno Casino is to
I'll mute it and we'll examine it. We'll let it loop a little bit. Let's see. So Andy is holding. I'm going to enhance this as much as I can for the audience on the stream end. So Andy is holding his middle.
He's holding one nostril.
Yeah, his middle finger and index finger to his nose, leaning over and snorting, and then comes up and wipes his nose.
Right.
I mean,
now there's 2 explanations to this. One is he's snorting a line right there.
Right, or he's he's doing a bump.
He's doing a bump. The other is he's just done a bump when they were off camera at some point, and he's trying to catch a drain. And I've done. He's right to say I've done plenty of coke in my life, not anytime recently. But I know a lot about cocaine, and I know a lot about cocaine usage, and I know when somebody's on it. And I've never seen anybody put their finger up to their nose, take a snort, then come up, rub their nose, rub their face. Unless they were doing a line right there, a bump, or they're trying to catch a drain.
Right. Yeah. Maybe something wasn't so good and it got stuck up in there,
When you're on coke, you want to catch I mean, you know, you
Yeah.
want to catch range, right? And so, you know, that's an explanation, but I don't really see any other explanation. He said he was just laughing. Why would he waste drugs on the show?
It doesn't even look like he's catching drain though. It just looks like he's just doing it straight up.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's doing a straight up line, and that's what I said on Twitter, because that's what it looks like to me. So
it's just so brazen to do this just live on the show. I mean, how fucked up are you getting that? And Andy disappeared probably every 20 minutes during the show. But
I didn't watch it after we left, but some people told me they went on, you know, deep into the morning and stuff, but I didn't watch it. Like, you know, I don't really have any desire to see that trash. And so I know some other people watched it. You probably watched it, but I watched
some of it. I mean, I just kept getting DMs like all night. Like, oh my God, they're talking about you again. Oh my God, they're talking about you again. Oh my God, they're talking about you again. Like,
well, you know, the audience wanted me to cover it, and it's like, okay, you know, and we had that little, you know, reveal or whatever. But that's business, right? Like when I'm off air, like I had no desire to watch that shit. Like, so, but yeah, I could imagine you probably got some DMs, etc. I got a few myself. But.
Yeah. Well, I got, you know, that people are tagging me and all these clips and stuff. So I had to watch it just out of obligation because I said I was going to stream today. So I can't be completely oblivious to what's going on. You know what I mean?
Well,
I don't blame you. I mean, the show was abysmal.
Yeah, and I did see a couple of clips from Floppa Berries over on Twitter here and there, but other than that, I didn't see anything else.
Yeah, we'll play their opening comments about me.
Okay.
How dare you detract from my shine, buddy?
Persip cried about you. The last
did he?
He was crying about you. Whenever I popped into Ralph's to see what they were up to in between the move and stuff, like and then Ashton, Andy didn't do any work. Ashton,
I don't know. Like Andy put in a lot of work into this fucking studio. Listen.
First of all, notice that Ashton specifically says put a lot of work into this studio.
Which looks
even Ashton though can't say that Andy ever did any work on the show because he never has. I doubt that Andy has ever done any work on the show, period.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's not doing anything now either.
No.
And yeah, I mean, you're right, and he didn't deny it at all. He talked about the studio and tried to shift the goalpost there.
Yeah. The studio with fucking, it's got shower curtains in the background. Get a grip, bro. And you put slot machines. I just don't even understand it. And there's like 5 fridges.
The show is better since he's been gone, by the way.
I just don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't even want to fight with the guy. I forgive him. I
He
don't
forgives
care
me.
why he's so upset. I don't understand. But you can keep being upset. You can seethe about me for years. I've offered forgiveness to you. I've offered to bury the hatchet with you. For whatever reason, you're still going to be upset to the
So,
why didn't you accept that generous offer?
the generous offer. He said he was going to forgive me. For what?
No.
What are you offering me forgiveness for? That you're dox dangling me while my father just died and you're dox dangling me and you know I can't even respond? I mean, what are you even saying? I swear to God, this guy is insane.
Well, what is there to forgive you for? Right?
I don't know.
Like, that's not.
He's crying.
apology,
He's
that's nothing,
crying
yeah.
to all kinds of people that I'm like evil and I've sided with you, which is like the mark of like I'm like the Sith Lord, I guess, who's decided that I'm going to try to destroy his entire life. Meanwhile, I won't even release DMs between me and him. I've never ever really kid gloves. We wrote some funny songs about you. You started screaming that all of us were pedophiles and told people to call CPS on Brian and Asa, and a variety of other things. And you've been doing that for months. I don't even know how long they've been doing that. At least 9 months they've been doing this for. Every show you seethe about me. You seethed about me for 9 hours last night, but it's really escalated since I started doing the show with you because I don't know. I think.
Well, they have Ralph derangement syndrome. That's why. And they make money off of it, but they actually are seethers. They actually hate me. Like, you hear them talk, and they want me dead. They want the show gone.
Well,
they know if I'm
but
around, I'm gonna
see,
rise back up.
Here's the
And so-
reality, Ralph. Though I know this guy for years. First of all, it's like bizarre because he's gained. He was even fatter than when I knew him. He was fat as fuck when I knew him. He's even fatter now. He's got literal women's breasts that he's exposing. It's like having your ex-wife, a shirtless ex-wife, scream at you. It's very strange. And he always loved you. That's the thing. I know that you've always respected Ralph and that you've emulated Ralph because you love the showmanship of it. So who are you fucking kidding, bro?
Well, that's why it bothers him so much, is because you know him so well. And you're on the show, and even though he's making money and they're doing something there,
Yeah.
it's garbage, but they're making money off of it. He can't let that go, really.
Yeah, and full disclosure, when we started the Keno Casino, Andy said we couldn't talk about you either. Andy said that he was scared to talk about you because he was scared that you dox his pay pigs and that you tried to ruin him. And he basically said that about everybody. He said that about Baked. He said that about Nick. He didn't want to talk about really actually anybody. He didn't want to do a drama show. He wanted to play video games and sit there and play video games and have Ashley talk about nothing. And that's what he wanted this show to be.
Well, Worski thinks he's a comedian, which he's not. And he's not really an entertainer. He's a parasocial leech. And so, there's a little bit of parasocial, I guess, with everybody, but that's what he leans on because he's not a real entertainer at all. And so he leans on other people with talent or other people who have some kind of draw. And then he does his parasocial thing, and he just wants to play video games and talk
drink
about
and
shit.
snort coke.
Yeah, that's all he wants to do, and he sucks.
Well, how he does it is he invites them into a Discord, and then he'll sit with them all day and drink and do drugs and watch TV shows with them. It's insane to me. I couldn't even imagine the hellish existence of being like a slave to other people and them paying you for this friendship. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's really all very sick.
That's what it is. And I talked about, look, there are people who watch my show who I've gotten to be friends with. And I talked to somebody today, actually. But, it's genuine, right? Like, I can't, this shit is all fake, right? And he sits around with these people, tries to act like they're friends and put that out there. And all these people, don't have any friends, or they think that Worski is cool when this is some type of privilege, and it's not. So
imagine thinking,
right?
Ralph, that's an insane statement. It's a privilege to hang out with Kraksky, a cokehead who is completely out of control, was living in his parents' office until 6 months ago.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it, but some of these people, when you see them, and they're more protective of him, and try to troll shield him because they think they're really friends with him. And I got news for you: he doesn't have any real friends. Period. And he talks all this shit about me. I have real friends, and I've had fallings out too. That's true. But all his shit is a construct. And it's in order to get more drugs and to convince people that they're his actual friends, which they're not.
It's really kind of sad when you dissect it like that.
Well, it's true though, right?
It's true,
Am I wrong?
though, yeah.
I mean, and it works on some people, and I even said this last night. Maybe if I did a little more of that, I might have a little more money, or some people might feel a little closer to me. But I can't be that fake person. And like I said, for better or for worse. But he can be, and that's his whole thing, always has been.
It's it's an interesting way to live your life. I'll say that. I don't have any understanding of it. I really don't have any understanding of giving anybody else your money, period. Like, okay, $5.
Well, that's not bad. But
well, like $5, but thousands and thousands and thousands. One person giving like thousands.
No, I don't really understand that. But you know, when people support me, I want it to be because they like the show, and
right.
You know, maybe they like me too. That's fine. But he tries to build it off. Oh, these are my friends, and
right.
you know, we're friends, and we're tight, and da da da. You know, I'm tight with a few people who watch the show, and can be. Oh, I'm open to that, but like I don't really cultivate it. You know what I mean? If it happens, it's natural.
Yeah.
But he's in an unnatural.
The whole thing is unnatural.
Here.
Yeah. The whole thing is completely unnatural. I just don't understand. Like, I understand, like, if you're like one of these Saudi, like a Saudi prince, or you're somebody who's fabulously wealthy and you just want to drop money on streamers. Okay. That makes sense to me in a way. I mean, if you got money to burn, you're going to burn it, right? But it's like Paulie Frog used to donate hundreds of dollars to them. Paulie Frog was living in his parents' basement, was a recovering cokehead living in his parents' basement, and giving them his entire paycheck.
Yeah, man, some of these people are sick like that.
I just don't get it. It's got to be like an intervention. You know, it's crazy.
And I see Peter Griffin in chat, and he's like, Ralph can't completely disavow the paper. Well, no, that would be retarded.
Well, no, Ralph can't. I mean, and you know, I have no problem with people giving money. It's just the insanity of some of the states of some of these people who are giving all their money when they don't have any money to really give in the first place.
Right. And what he said, though, is true. I mean, you can, you know, if somebody pays you to put on a video or, hey, play this song, that's one thing. But if it's like changing the entire course of your show, or you feel like you need to do this or that, yeah, I think that can be a problem. You know, I like to maintain editorial control. I don't feel like playing a video or something like that. If somebody sends it in, is that big a deal? But you know, when you feel like you're completely boxed in because XX and X gives me money, it's like, well, I'd rather talk about whatever I want to talk about, and if I change course, you know, hopefully they'll still enjoy the show, right? And they don't really have that capability.
Well, you should never have your pay pigs also be your writers. That's like insane.
Yeah, it's insane. And, you know, you see, like last night they were going all over all these like old cozy clips and then my week's old stuff. And it's like, who, you know, that stuff, like I'm tired of that shit, right? Like not even just because it's me, but the like just going over cozy stuff. Like I haven't really been doing that. We went over some Fuentes stuff here and there, but that shit is old, and you know I don't want to be doing that for 2 years.
Oh,
and,
please, Ralph! I already told you I was over the cozy stuff a long time ago.
Well, even talking about these faggots. I mean, I'm doing it tonight because I'm on here, and we'll talk about them here and there, I'm sure. But like, you know, I don't have that in the plan to do that for another 2 years. Well, because
me either. I'm just have to respond because the audience demands it, and they screamed about me for 10 hours last night. You know?
That's right. And if the audience wants it, I'll talk about it here and there, and that's why I did it last night. But you noticed I didn't want to see that really. You know, the screed that he wrote at 5 a.m. the night before, I didn't read that until I got on air and people pay me to read it. Right. And so like I'm consciously not tuned into that stuff and not
but you know that
suck it in.
That 5 a.m. screed had nothing to do with you, Rob. That was about Andy. That was all about Andy. That was all about Andy being a cokehead and being a drunk and being a cokehead, completely strung out. And it was like a projection on you. Like, look at Ralph. He's all of these things that, you know, all of these things that are so terrible. And it's just like, Andy, all of these things that you have described is literally a description of your entire life. and you're just
Well, yeah.
projecting that onto Ralph.
Well, people rarely write that much anyway, unless it's really about themselves.
Yeah.
I got a little spoiler alert, and that goes for me too. And you know, there's some exceptions with the article or something here and there. But yeah, that was about him. That's about his, you know, hurt feelings when he's the one who snaked on me. That's about, you know, they're really seethers at me, right? Like it's not for, you know, here's this lol cow, quote unquote, or let's laugh at Ralph. No, they actually hate me. And it comes across. And, you know, there's been people that I've really hated here or there, but like that doesn't, to me, that weakens the comedy, that weakens the content when it's just clearly
You think it's just hatred?
Yeah, I do. And I mean, for money too, but
I think it's just money. It's like,
no,
they don't
not
care
on
about
Worski's part.
anything.
Not on Worski's part. Maybe fat ass. But no, Worski actually despises me and wants me dead. So yeah.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know, because he's low IQ. I don't really know, because I do everything that he can't do and never has been able to do, and he can't do interviews, and he can't talk politics, and he can't host debates. He always has to have somebody hold his hand, basically because I can do everything he can't do.
He's the worst. Him and Ashton are some of the worst interviewers I have ever seen in my life. I've never seen anything that bad.
Well, because they don't know the art of the interview. And I do, because I've studied it my whole life. And I've watched, I don't even know how many interviews, thousands. And student of the media. And, you know, there's some terrible shit in the media too. But there's also some, you know, presentation skills. There's also some ways to elucidate. That means to bring about, to illuminate Worski, in case you don't know that word.
Yeah.
But there's some ways to get people to open up. There's some tactics. And neither one of them has that, period. But Worski is just completely lacking.
Yeah, or even to provide some insight into, you know, like they had Andy Dick on, and neither of them knew who Andy Dick even was and did no research. And we're just trying to get
about John Lovitz and Phil Hartman and all that shit. If you have Andy Dick on, like, I don't understand.
Or talk about
or talk radio.
Yeah, talk radio, the Andy Dick show, his longtime sort of feud with Tom Green. Going, you know, Andy Dick used to go to the porn awards every year, and he was so out of control that they even banned him from that. Grab some guy's cock, like some porn star's cock in a fucking bathroom. I mean, completely out of control. I mean, the Howard Stern show arc, where he was in Howard was platforming, and they had a TV show. He burned that whole fucking thing down because he had Armenians and they stole equipment from the radio station. I mean, you could literally ask anything. I did provide information for that interview, but you know, they were too obsessed with trying to get him to say Ralph has felt it, which I was, you know, kind of upset about.
Well, look, their audience is lower IQ, and so are the hosts, and so it's really dumbed down for the lowest common denominator. Not that, you know, every show can have a little bit of that, and I'm not going to say everything's high art or high commentary that I do, but theirs is really low. And you know, oh, look at the slot machine, it go twirl. Like, okay, fucking ape. Like, I mean, anybody can put a fucking slot machine on camera. And people are so low IQ, and you talk about addictive personality. Oh, look at the slot machine, pretty slot machine go twirl. It's like, yeah, nigga, you never been in a casino, like a real casino?
Do you think that's even legal, that they literally have people pay them to play the slot machine?
I know it's not legal, especially in Canada.
It can't be even legal. It's insane.
It's not legal here in Mexico, nigga. Like, it's definitely not legal. I know that for a fact.
I don't know what they're even thinking about.
Well,
I don't know how is Kick even platforming this. They're literally
because
getting
they're a
paid.
gambling degeneracy haven, so they probably don't care.
Yeah, I guess. Well, some of these people do just play slots on stream. Yeah.
Yeah,
but people are. This is even worse. These are people. This is the audience paying to play the slot machine. It's even worse.
Well, you ever been to a casino and seen somebody play a slot machine? It's the most boring thing you could ever see in your life.
I've never played
it's a
slots.
bunch of fucking, you know, zombies sitting there just pulling the thing back and forth. And I played slots before, but it sucks. and it's boring as fuck, especially to watch somebody else play. Like,
Yeah.
that's even more boring. Like, I couldn't think of something worse than that. But you know, these degenerates that support them enjoy that. Like, I don't know. It doesn't take much, like I
Poker
said, to get their attention.
or even craps or roulette would be more exciting than the
A
fucking
roulette
slot.
wheel would actually, don't give them too many good ideas. That might actually be a good
Well,
idea.
that was
course,
an
that would-
original idea, Ralph. They were supposed to
Well.
have a roulette with the
Well,
thing.
That'd be a
was-
good idea. That'd be
that
more
was
interesting
supposed
than
to pick
watching a slot
content. Yeah,
machine.
they were supposed
At
to.
least
So
the
there
roulette's
was
somewhat exciting.
there was
Yeah, go ahead.
supposed to be a roulette wheel that would pick the content that they would cover.
Yeah, see, I like that.
Yeah, they
But,
never implemented any of the casino ideas. That they couldn't be fucking lazy, fat fuck. He just wants to sit there and press buttons. And I guess the slot machine broke last night. One of the slot machines just broke.
Well, because they're cheap junk. I mean, just look at them. You know, those are shitty ass slot machines. I've seen some real deal slot machines, and those suck. And they probably bought them from Andy's Coke dealer or some shit. Who knows where they even got these trashy machines?
I never understood
And-
slots anyway. Anytime I've gone to poker, or I don't even really like blackjack all that much. Poker has always been my game. I've been able to play poker since I'm like 4 years old. And I've been able to play almost every card game since I'm like 4. And poker and, I mean, craps can be fun with the dice, you know.
Blackjack has a higher odds of beating the house, which is why it's good to play blackjack. Although I'm not that great at it. I love poker, although I haven't played in a while. But I used to play a lot when I was younger.
Oh, I love poker.
Roulette, I like. I've talked about this before because a roulette, if you go in there and bet red or black or high or low or even or odd,
Yeah.
that's like the best bet you can make in the casino, period.
Right. Don't pick green.
Yeah, no, don't pick green. But I forget the odds. I want to say it's 45 point something or 47 point something percent of hitting, like winning, which is one of the best bets you can make in the casino, period. Now you have to walk away if you hit or lose, but you know, it is one of the best bets you can make in the casino. And then you know, sports gambling. You know, that's another
That's a big
thing.
trap. That's everybody's big trap, sports gambling.
Well, you know, and I'm pretty decent at it, but you know, after I lost back what I won, I stopped sports gambling. And so I don't bet on sports now, and haven't for like 2 years besides
I
like
could never get
like
into
$40.
sports gambling.
I bet a little bit here and there, like $40, $50 when I went to the casino or something. But like, I don't do that. And they have all this, you know, fat ass thinks I gamble on football every week. I don't. And so it's like,
Well,
no,
he does. He probably spends $2,000, $3,000 a weekend gambling.
Yeah, I don't do that. I don't.
I could guarantee you at this point he's so out of control that he's spending $2-3 grand a weekend.
Well, that's why he's so out of control with the begging too.
He's got a hit, bro. The next one's going to be a big hit. He's just got to win that. He's just got to get that game down. I could never understand sports betting. I used to tell him all the time. I don't get how you could waste any money sports betting. It's just insane.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's fun. And if you know a little bit about the
fun,
sport,
but
you know how I made most of my money sports betting was like shifting odds and the shifting bets during the game.
Yeah.
And making bets that way with the app, because I've watched a ton of sports and football in my life. And so I'm usually pretty decent at predicting what's going to happen once the game gets started, especially. But that gets addictive. And, you know, I heard him say, well, who could even watch sports now without betting on it? It's like, well, me, you know, I watch sports
well, he
for
can't.
30 years without ever betting on anything except for the Super Bowl, like a $10 or $20 bet with my friend or something.
Right.
But like, I love watching sports. I don't have to have money in the
get
game
like
to enjoy
a
the
pool,
game.
like a football pool that you do. That I get, because that I could see that being fun. You put in $100 and you have the opportunity to make a lot of money, and you're not putting it, you know, it's for fun. But there has to be a level to it, you know, where there has to be a level of kind of like, is this going to be destructive?
Well, I see Peter in the chat, and he's talking about I got enough vices without gambling. Well, that's one reason why I never just like completely fell in, because I have plenty of other vices And of course, I've only been sober here a couple weeks on Monday or whatever. I've been sober a lot of times this year, but had some well publicized relapses. But I was always one of those guys like, well, if I'm drinking, if I'm buying drugs, I'm high, I'm drunk. Like I got a reward for that. Definitely. I got
Right.
the dopamine off that. Whereas gambling, there's no emptier feeling than losing gambling. Really.
It's the worst feeling when you're betting and you lose when you're losing every bet. I know, because I used to go to the horse track, and I always cap myself at $100. But you could do every type of bet imaginable at the horse track. You could do your trifecta. I love trying to do like the trifecta and stuff. You could do your trifecta. You could bet on any place. You could bet on basically anything at the horse track. So I kind of love that aspect of it. But the last time I went to the horse track, and why I will never return to the horse track, is so I bet on a horse to win. I bet $20 on this horse to win. This horse had fantastic odds. It was like 31-1. So I go down. The horse is fucking winning this race, right? Horse is doing so well in this race. I literally go down, to where the track is, because you're up in the stands. I went down to where the track is, and, you're along the fences, right? So right on the last lap of the race, the horse breaks its fucking leg, and the leg is like hanging off, right?
Oh.
It was horrible. So the leg is like hanging off. Of course, I lost my bet because the horse fell down and broke its leg. And they literally just put this horse down like right there, right on the track. And I was just like, oh my God, I can never do this again. This is over for me. All right.
That's how they're gonna do PPP one day too. Just
yeah.
put them down right there.
Yeah, Andy and PPP.
Right
they got to just put them down right live on air. It's going to be over. One of them is going to put each other down. This can't last forever.
Yeah, and I see King of Paul talking about they broke the law. Yeah, we did talk about that a minute ago. I mean, this is obviously not legal with the slot stuff, but yeah, I mean, I could see something like that turning you off horse racing. I've never been huge. I told the horse racing story. So there's a place in West Memphis it used to be called Southland Greyhound Park.
Yes.
Because they had greyhound racing. And there's a greyhound circuit. It's not very
that
big
used
now.
to be huge greyhound racing. They've shut down almost all the tracks now.
Almost all of them
racing.
are shut. Now, I think they still race dogs there, but it's by far the smaller part of their business. They basically expanded into a mega casino there in West Memphis, and they have a huge hotel, and it's the biggest employer in town.
Yeah. Well, slots are way more profitable, right? Because people will just blow their earnings. Like, even if you win, the people just stay and they'll sit until all that money is gone. So it's really like a no-lose game.
Yeah. And, they turned it into this huge casino. There's Tunica about 45 minutes away in Mississippi, and they put a lot of those out of business, those casinos, because West Memphis is a lot closer to Memphis. And you can just drive there in 5 minutes or less, depending on where you are in town. And you're right next to Memphis, and you're not down in Mississippi. Who the fuck wants to be there? No offense to Mississippians in the chat, but they had a strategy and they implemented it. I remember when they passed the law, and it was to allow electronic games of skill.
Games of skill. Can you imagine?
Yeah, that was the terminology they used, and it was really just supposed to be slots, basically, like video slots. But what they did was, now they've got it expanded since then, but what they did was they brought in poker. And how they would play poker is you would get dealt the cards electronically. And you would have them, and you would still have them there in your hand or whatever, but they would be on the screen. And so they,
I had a friend who was a complete addict for online poker. Complete addict.
Yeah, I used to be huge into Party Poker and Poker Stars, and I would play all those tournaments and stuff. So yeah, that was something I was pretty big.
I knew that was bad for me. I knew that was like, I knew I would get into that too easy, so I just never got into that. Well, that faggot
Bill Frist, who used to be the Senate Majority Leader back in the day for the Republicans, on some, it was like an unrelated bill. He slipped in a rider, like at the end, and it basically outlawed Poker Stars and Party Poker, and it was because he got paid by the casinos, by the way. But
the casinos hate the online fucking gambling. They hate it so much.
Yeah, they hate it. And so that kind of outlawed that stuff. Now there were some, I guess evolutions of it, but I kind of got out of it after that.
Yeah. Gambling is very tricky business, but one of the oldest professions, one of the oldest pastimes and oldest professions there is. Besides, I think the oldest profession is probably prostitution, right? But that's probably number two. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they say. Whore. That's the oldest profession, world's oldest profession.
It's got to be, right? I mean, I could see that. So. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is the oldest.
But gambling's got to be number two.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be. It's definitely one of the oldest. And it's not the oldest because the bookies lose.
Like, yeah, right.
That's not really how it works. So, you can win here and there, but you if you gamble all the time, you're gonna lose. I mean,
you're gonna lose a lot more than you're gonna win.
Yeah, every time.
Every time.
Now you can win here and there and have a big day here and there, but if you gamble consistently and there are all these people who make money off here's the locks and here's the inside scoop and da da da, and it's like, yeah, it's all bullshit.
Yeah. Well, remember in the 90s there used to be those those things how to game the slots and everything?
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of shit like that still.
Yeah.
What's funny in Mexico is they have casinos here, but they're not like there are no like real gaming commissions and stuff like that. And I've seen some complaints online about it's just flat out rigged, or they were supposed to pay this out and they just didn't pay it. So that's some things down here in Mexico.
In Mexico now, one of Mexico's biggest pastimes for gambling is cockfights. If I remember
cockfights are outlawed in the Yucatan, but I think in certain states they're still legal. But here in the Yucatan, I think they outlawed it. I want to say 2019. But yeah, they did have it outlawed here. And Mexican casinos, I've been to one or two, and they're pretty wild.
Yeah, the cockfights?
No. Not to the cockfights, to the casino.
Oh,
to
okay.
the Mexican casino, yeah. They don't give comp drinks at the casinos here either, but they do have cheap drinks and they'll have good food and stuff like that. But I didn't gamble too much. I went up there one time to try to get to a sports book. I was gonna bet something on a Bama game or something, not a lot, but like $40 or something. And then I got up there and the sports book was like all fucked anyway. So I was like, whatever. But you can gamble here. Like, what is it? Bet one, and there's some other ways if you wanted to bet through Bitcoin and some other stuff. But like,
they don't give you free drinks, huh? That's always been the ultimate scam. Get you drunk out of your mind and have you gamble, and the house really wins then. Because you don't even know what you're doing, and you're just spending.
Well, that's why they do that, because drinking lowers your inhibition, lowers your decision making center, and affects that obviously, as people have seen. And it'll do that. And it's funny because I was talking to that guy at the torta place the other day, and he's like, "You should go to Cancun and go to this." I've been to Cancun, but he's like, "You should go to Cancun and go to this casino." And I was like, yeah, okay, I'll check that out. I didn't want to go, but apparently there's a really old casino there that's been there forever. And he's like, oh, it's so great. And yeah, okay, but I'm not going to. But he was talking about it.
Well, yeah, that's probably not a good idea. That's probably not a good idea.
Casino is the last place I need to go.
Yeah, casino is the last place.
Not because of the gambling, because of all the drinking and everything
else.
All
the drinking and Coke is big. And, I've never done Coke because I know, like, this is a matter of me knowing my limits in that every fucking cell, every cell in my body would be screaming for it. I know myself too well. I know that's in my blood. And, like, I remember one time I was out I was probably 16. And, I used to go into the bars because I looked older. I looked exactly like I look almost now when I was like 16. Because I look like, I look like part of the Taliban. So, so I used to get in everywhere. And I remember the first time it was presented to me, they asked me, you want to do a line? And I could hear like the temptation. It was almost like I could like feel like the devil come over me. I could feel it, that darkness. And I was like, if I do this, I'm never, ever going to be able to say no to this ever again. So from that point on, it's been presented to me many times since then. I've always said, I can't do this. This is like the one thing I know I'll be completely out of control. And I think that's how a lot of people get mixed up with drugs, because like you're just experimenting. You want to feel something that's different. And then it's just like it hooks you right in. And
I had a teacher who always said if you did coke, you could not know if you're allergic to it and you might just die. And so,
that's a good one.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, that's scary. And then there was this weed dealer named Fats, actually. And I could tell this story a little bit too. He was from West Memphis, but he got ran out of town basically. And later on, he bought a restaurant in Marion, which is right next to Memphis, and they were like selling drugs out of the back, and they got busted over that, but that's a different story. Anyway, he was really rich. And he would drive back to West Memphis sometimes with the drugs or meet us in downtown Memphis. And he sold weed and was a great weed dealer, but he also sold cocaine.
Yeah.
And so after I did weed for a couple of years, I was 14 years old the first time I did cocaine. And I still remember, doing a little bump on the key, and I loved it. And it didn't, like I was
there's
like,
a lot to love.
Funny,
there's a lot to love about it.
It doesn't make me like that. Well, that's what I was gonna say. It doesn't, like, now. I guess it's because I've done a lot of coke over my life. But when I first started doing coke, when I was a teen, it didn't have the negative effects really on me. Like I was talkative, I was loud, and
right.
Just like an enhanced version of myself. But now if I do coke, which I don't do, by the way, but if I did it now or anytime, in my like 20s or 30s, it makes me like really quiet. It makes me really paranoid, and it takes away like all my like comedy or life of the partiness. It just makes me really quiet. It makes me really like completely different. So coke sucks, especially the longer you do it.
Yes,
at least for me. So
because it gets dulled after, and you only get like the negative effects. You don't get all of that. A lot of people,
because it's doing damage to your nervous system. Is really what
yeah. Yeah, I mean, it energizes you, and you feel. I've seen it. People. You immediately feel sober. You could go right back to drinking. You could go right back to everything that you were doing. But the more you use it, the more that effect is dulled. So then you're almost using it as like a Band-Aid to be able to do other drugs. You're using it basically to sober you up, so you could continue to party. You're not really using it for anything else other than to keep you coherent.
Well, some people who can do it, and it's more like, when I first started, but it's also because they never had a really bad coke problem. And they didn't do lots and lots of cocaine. I remember snorting an 8-ball of cocaine in 3 lines, me, another person, and another person. And this guy was rich, and his family owned a couple restaurants in West Memphis, and he was like grounded, and we could only be out for a certain amount of time. So he went and bought an 8-ball of cocaine, and we did it in 3 lines.
Oh my God.
3 lines.
So you
were
like flying.
Dude, I was flying. I thought I was going to die. I remember sticking my head out the window and just being like, this is it. Like, while the car was going, I was like, I'm not gonna make it. But because it was like a gram in a line.
Holy shit.
That's the type of coke. I remember buying a 1/4 ounce of cocaine when I was a teenager and breaking out lines on a fucking cookie sheet. That's the level of cocaine I was doing.
That's intense, Ralph. That's some intense shit. That's intense.
Yeah, I mean, I was doing coke like the rappers talk about doing coke.
Yeah.
And it's not an advertisement, by the way. Don't do this. This is not trying to glorify it. I wrote this in my book, and I was like, sometimes all you all you have from the bad times or bad decisions are good stories. And
Right.
so I don't want people to think I'm glorifying it because I'm not. Don't do that. But
Well, it's about
you
the
know,
human
just to give you,
experience, right? It's about the human
yeah,
experience of getting caught up in it. Why tell? But what you can't lie to people. Um, there's a huge temptation there. Now, luckily for me, when I was 14, I tried my first. I was probably younger than that. I was probably like 12, and I smoked my first joint. I had such a bad reaction and such horrible anxiety. Like I thought, I just thought the world was going to end. It was not good for me, and I became a teetotaler like into my mid to late 20s. Like I wouldn't drink. I never smoked weed. I never did any of this stuff. And I remember the time where I kind of switched. It's amazing how like drugs will change the way they affect you as you get older because
yeah.
now I love it. I love smoking weed. But I remember for years I was terrified to ever even touch it. Like I would never ever touch it. I was completely straight edge teetotaler. I wouldn't touch anything. And I had an experience where I might have had some tea with magic mushrooms, and it was probably one of the most magical experiences of my life. Like being in Alice in Wonderland, and I was with somebody who I was really into, and it was an amazing night too. It was just perfect. And then after that, my feelings on my fear of drugs kind of changed because mushrooms can go really wrong, like really.
I know.
They can go really, really wrong. Really fast. And I was
I always like
terrified.
acid better than mushrooms, honestly. But I've seen, that I've had a bad trip or two on mushrooms, but I've seen some people have some really bad trips and say shit that they disavow and stuff like this and just wild stuff.
Just wild.
And,
Well, it can go really wrong really quick. If you're not, the thing about doing mushrooms is you got to be in a controlled environment, right? I mean, you got to be in a completely controlled
you
environment
should be in a good state of mind too.
and a good state of mind and with good company. You don't want to be by yourself. You never want to be by yourself, and you want to be in good company in a controlled environment. Because if shit goes bad, then shit is really going to go bad in your head. It's a real mind warp. It enhances every feeling that you have by like 20 times.
Well, one of the problems with drugs is what you said, though, is you associate it with a good moment or
Right.
people you loved at one point or another, and your brain tricks you into that, basically.
Right. Your
And you
brain
don't
only remembers
associate
the
it.
good stuff. It doesn't remember
Yes.
any of the bad stuff.
Right.
that
It doesn't
you're doing.
associate it with wrecked cars and jail time and, relationships you ruined and stuff like that. And also being around certain people, especially we talked about Coke, but I used to have this friend who's my best friend growing up. And every time we'd get around each other, we start thinking about doing cocaine. Well, that's your brain doing that. I didn't know this till years later, but your brain associates people and places and events and emotions with drugs so that you'll go do them again.
Yeah. Well, your pleasure center will take over. Like in any situation, your pleasure center will try to take over everything. I mean, with anything, right? With sex, with drugs, with money. It's like that part of your brain will lie to you and will always tell you that it's the right decision to make. Even though it's the worst decision that you could possibly make, it'll lie to you. It'll lie to you every time.
Every time, and I fell off a couple weeks ago, and I remember walking up there, and I was like, I knew I shouldn't do it, but I was like, well, I'm down, and so-and-so's not getting back to me, and this isn't going my way. And it's like, well, whatever, I'll
Yeah.
just do drugs. Well, that's your brain. Like I knew better, and I'm old enough now. It's just embarrassing, but you have to be more aware of your thoughts, and that's kind of what I've been working on, especially the last couple weeks.
Yeah.
How your thoughts move you, basically, and you can control that, but you have to be cognizant of it.
Right. Well, that's the joy of getting older is you do gain more control over that. Like in your 20s, that pleasure center is like 50 times. Like you will make bad decisions at the prospect of, I'm thinking like pussy, like the prospect of it. Anything, every other thought that you're having will be completely washed away. You'll do anything, right? You'll just do the stupidest shit. at the prospect of it. But as you get older, that lessens a lot. It took me a long time to come to terms with that. That was my one vice, I suppose. And it takes you, as you get older, you learn, okay, I know this is a bad idea, and I have the willpower now. I have the knowledge and the willpower to say, no, this is stupid. So that's a joy of getting older, right?
I've been working on some stuff, like I said, and a lot of it is, for me at least, the drugs are kind of trying to paper over something else too. I mean, it's the dopamine, like Artax says, but it's also
Well, it's a huge it distracts you. All the bad things that are going on in your life will be suddenly washed away while it's going on. You just want to keep it going as long as possible, right?
Yeah, and it's like the hobby aspect of it too. Because it's like, okay, well, it's basically a hobby.
It's a habit, right?
It's
like brushing your teeth, and it becomes like everything else.
Yeah, so it's something, and I've been working on it all year. But like this last period, I've been trying to attack some of the like underlying reasons or justifications and stuff like that. So, I think that this is my strongest footing, even though it's only a couple weeks in, that I've had so far. So, I talk about this from a guy who struggled with it and still in a struggle with it. So I don't want people to think that I have it figured out, or I'm not trying to portray that. But, I think I'm on a better path this time.
Yeah, well, you don't learn how to ride a bike until you fall about 100 times, right? You don't learn how to...
Okay, you're going to make me feel better now. Yeah, I've had some high-profile stumbles, and drugs have cost me a lot. Drinking's cost me a lot, but and the crazier stuff you've seen, and the stuff I really regret. Yeah, I was fucked up all those times, but there were underlying issues there that led to that, right? And if you never solve those things, if you never get a handle on your thinking and how it leads you down the wrong path, then you're never gonna stop. The drinking and the drugs, particularly when you get to a high level, they're a symptom of something else.
Yes. Speaking of drug addicts, I suppose we got to go back to the Snipe, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Everybody's complaining. Well, like, why aren't you sniping? I thought this was advertised as a stream snipe. So I guess I'll do it. Oh my God, Sneeko. What could they possibly...
It's really not red pilled? Talking about the red pill all day long, nonstop.
Right. Darty is like, Nick let his websites die and bet everything on these free.
So how do you feel about... Let's fuck these guys anyway. Let's talk about, how do you feel about Sneeko? How do you feel about the grift of Sneeko and conveniently Nick finding his way into the arms of Sneeko, who Nick always seems to stumble into the arms of a man who's done gay pornography. I'm noticing a trend.
Yeah, that's a coincidence there, I'm sure. But,
yeah,
I don't
repeating coincidence.
I don't like Sneeko, and it's because he's fake. I don't like fake people. And if somebody's out there explicitly playing a character or it's obvious, that's one thing. But he's like a much more polished and intelligent Warski to me, honestly.
More attractive Warski type character.
Well, I didn't say that. No, you can say that.
I could say that.
Yeah, you can say that. But he's like a higher level version of an Andy Warski to me. I don't put any stock in anything he says ever. He frequently goes against everything he says. He's living a different life behind the scenes. And what you see is what you get with me, and you see that with other people too. But I don't like him. I don't hate him, but I don't care for him. And he can be funny here or there, comment, but I don't really like him or respect him.
Well, he's also got like this. I suppose where him and Nick intersect on a content level is Sneeko also is like screaming about Sharia law and being a Muslim and wanting
which
to
is nonsense.
Subjugate women and stuff. And meanwhile, he's a cock. He watches his girlfriend get railed by other men. He did gay pornography. He's done all kinds of crazy shit. he's constantly on, another guy who's constantly partying on drugs, and then we'll go around and be like, oh, Sharia law, and Allah says this, and this is in, it's just insane. I never understood that real grift, but I think almost every evangelical figure has had that. Who was the guy? The name is not coming to me. Who was the one that was doing heroin in hotels? He was like a big anti-gay guy, big Christian.
There was the Ted Haggard guy, but I thought it was meth.
Ted Haggard. He was doing meth and heroin with male prostitutes with the money that he was raising for charity. I don't know. I just see the pattern repeat over and over again.
Right. Well, that's the same type of sneako thing. I mean, to be honest, it's fat ass too.
Yeah.
But if somebody's out there, and it's not that you can't fall short. It's not that you can't have vices.
Yeah.
But somebody's out there basically preaching a false gospel, or at least as far as they're concerned with following it. And then as soon as they get off camera, they're doing whatever. I've tried to never do that. Even when right, like that's just not me. So I don't know. I don't like that, and it's kind of easy for me to spot.
Yeah, or Jim Baker. If you remember, I know you're the same generation as me, so you remember Jim Baker and Jessica Hahn in the hotel.
Tammy Faye Baker, yeah.
And then he was raising money to build this hotel, except it never existed to begin with, and they were just pocketing all the money, and he went to jail. And then he said when he was in jail, he never actually read the Bible. And now he goes around and he sells Bible buckets for the apocalypse, for end time. There's a lot of fake like that. Though I do think that you should sell. I would think, I don't know, Ralph, we got to do a bit where you sell Bible buckets. We get you in a nice suit and everything, and you just sell Bible buckets for the Ralpha bucket, and you just sell the Ralpha buckets for the apocalypse. I think that would be huge.
Yeah. I was saying that on the show that maybe I missed the boat. I mean, in certain ways, if it's all about making money and being a fake fuck, I have missed the boat. In terms of like grifting opportunities or getting out here and being a fake fuck, it is profitable, or at least it can be. And it's not that, there are genuine religious people. There are, people out there saying that stuff who genuinely believe it. But
of course, yeah. Oh well, yeah, of course.
But there's a lot of people who don't, or who use it, for money. And I'm
just thinking of the most shameless of grifters.
Yeah. I know. I am too. But I'm just saying it's very effective for that reason, right? Because you can easily lean onto it to extract shekels.
Oh yeah, it's one of the oldest scams in the book, really.
No, it is. Yeah. That's one of the oldest professions too.
Yeah. That is one of the oldest professions. Yes.
Kettlefish says you made the right choice. Those guys are going to burn in hell one day. Well, right. And, I have my own beliefs and stuff like that. And, if I got deep into that, I don't rule talking about that stuff, rule out talking about that stuff. But, as far as leaning on it and using it to make money, I just find that extremely distasteful.
Well, yeah, I think everybody does.
Well, you would think that.
You would think so, yeah. I know somebody who had that grift for a while, and he's completely abandoned it now, I guess, because for whatever reason. I'm not even sure why he completely abandoned that. Maybe crisis of faith. Kind of makes me sad. Because I feel like religion can be a great foundation. Christianity can be a great foundation to do, and can do great good for the world, But you can get lost in it. You can get lost in the money angle of it. You can get lost to any vice, I suppose. I guess that's the our theme on this show. I guess is getting lost to vice.
How many small Chinese children had to die to make that Laker shirt? Because that thing is ridiculous.
You think a Chinese, you think a sweatshop in China. Some children lost their hands making that shirt.
Yeah, definitely. They got beat because it wasn't made fast enough. Yeah, definitely some shit happened.
That sheet that's wrapped around him.
18XL Lakers shirt. Yeah.
I swear I've seen that he literally wears this shirt.
Desecrating the Lakers too, by the way. Absolutely.
Yeah, he literally wears his
disgusting.
shirt every other show.
Canadian faggot. Some Canadian faggot decides he's a Cowboys fan and a Lakers fan. Why don't you fucking die, motherfucker?
It's from Canada.
Like, just are you serious? Like, and I'm not like them. I don't really care if he dies, but like, it's just sickening. Some Canadian fucking wannabe American picks the Lakers and the Cowboys as his teams. Like, that's just pathetic.
Well, of course he did. Because he desperately wants to. I think PPP desperately actually wants to get out of Canada.
Well, who wouldn't?
He desperately wants to be in the United States. He desperately wants to be American. He definitely was born in the wrong country.
Well, he'll never be American. That's the thing. And, you know, they can LARP all they want. Neither one of them will ever be American. Just like I'll never be a Mexican. And I can live here in Mexico. It doesn't matter. The Mexicans are Mexican. And they know it. And I walk around. I don't ever try to think I'm Mexican, right? Like, I never have any delusion about where the fuck I'm from. And, you see that with other Canadians. Not that some Canadians I like, but you see that a lot with Canadians, especially where they're like American light or they're always, wanting to be American.
They always want to be American, and every Canadian celebrity always ends up in the United States. Nobody really stays in Canada. Yeah,
that's why we didn't take these two, and they're stuck up in Canada.
Well, who would want to live in Canada with inflation even higher than it is in the United States? Human rights tribunals and the takeover of the entire country with all of this. This real leftist bullshit and communism, and Trudeau is completely insane. I don't even know how he got elected.
I don't either. By the way, somebody said the Cowboys are awesome. Since when?
They
haven't won a Super Bowl since 1996. They continually blow it every single year. So, I don't know. I'm a Chiefs fan and was a Chiefs fan since 1993. Not just a recent Chiefs fan. So since Montana got traded there when I was a kid. So, some of us are built a little different, I guess.
Yeah. When I was a kid, we were Jets fans. That was always a heartbreak. Of course, Jets. I fell out with that football a long time ago. I still follow baseball every once in a while. But
yeah, the Jets, Rodgers. Oof.
It's brutal. Every year it's brutal. And sometimes they'll pick up and they'll actually be doing well and they'll always blow it anyway. It's always just a complete heartbreak.
Yeah, they had some good teams at the beginning of the decade. Or not the decade, the millennium.
Yes.
But they always blow it.
It's tough. The Jets, it's
tough. Or
tough.
Something crazy happens to fuck them over.
Yeah, something insane. Some insane heartbreak happens and it's over. Andy's doing a line. So how do you feel about this tranny that is that is testifying against Coach? This tranny is somehow an expert on Coach and is testifying at his trial. How do you feel about the situation with Coach? We covered that live, if you remember. Covered it literally as Coach's tapes were coming out live. We were talking about that. It was incredible. Coach on a motorcycle, sitting at the border, announcing his plans to try to flee over, which wound up fucking him over. What do you think of the gamble? Do you think it was, now we could look at it from 2020. What do you think happened there?
I think it was a mistake because he's in Ukrainian prison.
Well, yeah, clearly it was a mistake. But do you think, let's say Trump was in office, do you think, or we had a Republican in office or somebody who's not Biden and completely dementia-ridden, doesn't even know what's going on, do you think that Coach would have stood a chance in trying to curry favor with the United States to bring him back as a United States citizen?
No.
Under any administration, you don't think it would have gotten him out, huh?
No. But, Trump and them may have tried to make some kind of move or some type of noise, but I don't think so, no.
If he would have gotten endorsement from the United States, Hungary would have left let him over the border to get to the embassy. I think they would have. It did get enough international attention that they had to be aware of that situation because it did get major international coverage.
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely aware of it. I saw the State Department spokesperson and some others asked about it all the time. They knew about it. And yeah, the United States government could have probably got him out of it or got him at least safe passage to another country. But I don't, obviously I don't think they're fans of Gonzalo. Maybe a Trump administration, maybe somebody would have helped him. I mean, I think it's, I wish he would get out. I don't wish for him to be in Ukrainian prison. The tranny is complete psycho, and that clip last week where they're the Russian devil's teeth will gnash, like Reddit, basically just like that. I was like, what the fuck?
Well, how does an insane tranny get a place like that? Get a position like that with the Ukrainians? It just doesn't even make any sense to me. It's just like, something out of a dystopian future that I would have imagined, imagined in like a film.
Well,
1984, type.
They speak English, so I think that helped them. They want this out to an English language audience, and they know nobody speaks Ukrainian, and so that could have helped them. Also, I don't know if the tranny aspect tranny part played an aspect in it. But I think it's just the English language stuff. And then, as disgusting as they can be, you do see a lot of their clips all over the place. You do see a lot of their propaganda all over the place. And that's what it's about for the Ukrainians, I think.
I would say, yeah, I pretty much agree with that statement. That this insane tranny is it's like acceptable for them to say that they want to behead a person. I mean, I get that Coach is in the Ukraine and he's literally endorsing the bombing of Ukraine and saying that Russia is righteous, and that's an insane position to take, right? But on the other hand, we do live in a time where there is an accepted freedom of the press. It's supposed to be out there. We say that's a fundamental freedom. He is a United States citizen, and he should be able to say whatever he wants to say, even if it is inflammatory, incredibly inflammatory. So I do kind of feel bad for Coach, even though I know that Coach is just saying this to Griff anyway, because it's Gonzo. He said all kinds of crazy stuff to Griff. This is just the latest one, and maybe he got in a little too deep. But it is sad that he's going to be spending many years in a Ukrainian labor camp in his waning years. It's sad. I was kind of hoping Coach would escape.
I would like to see him. I would like to see him get out, but I don't think that's going to happen. So, and he's old now too, and of course I'm gonna be 38 next week. But he's like 58 or something like that.
Yeah.
It'd be bad enough to have to do it at 38.
And he's the aged like. We were looking at the footage from. I don't remember when we were looking at the footage from Knoxville, but we were like in the last month, and Coach kind of looked youthful. He didn't look that old, and he's just aged like 20 years. He looks like a decrepit old man now. It's very sad with Coach. I hope you get out of there, Coach. I hope they show some mercy and release you eventually. Maybe they'll strip you of all your money, but maybe you'll.
Well, I think Coach just tired of living too a little bit, and empathize with being in the dumps or feeling like you don't give a fuck, but it can get worse, and every time I say it can't, it does. And so, I can hear Chief of Staff, being like, it can get worse, Ralph.
It can get a lot worse, Ralph. Coach, another embodiment of vice, loves drugs, loves hookers, loves every indulgence and pleasure in the world, and God bless him for it, because we all do. But he flew way too close to the sun on this one, and it's a lesson, right? That Icarus flies too close to the sun with his wax wings, and he's going to crash. And there's a lot of different crashes. I know I said this to you, there's a lot of different crashes, but you still got your freedom, right? You're still living. And you can continue to do whatever really you want to do. Poor Coach is in a prison camp. And there's no real way out for him. People are spamming the Coach and the grid.
Well, it could be worse, and who knows what'll happen with everything. Hope for the best, but no matter what happens, I still have kids. I still have a life. There's still some things I can do, and still have a lot of supporters, and it's easy for me to get into that mode too, and I've been trying to change that. But if you do all this sin, if you have that nihilistic streak, it'll turn on you for sure. It can work for periods, and it does work for periods, but the bill will come due. And I said this before. I think I was even saying this before I fucked up last time. But the wages of sin, that bill will come due, and that's not even like getting preachy. That's just telling you the truth. And you can live like that for many years, and you can sweep stuff under the rug, and you can get by, but it'll come due, and it'll be very nasty when it comes due. And the longer you go without making some type of course correct, it's going to keep getting nasty to the point where you just, die in complete disgrace and, alone.
Yeah.
So
he did leave a legacy. I'll give it to Coach on that one. He did leave a legacy. I remember Coach when he first started out, he said he started that channel for all his illegitimates all over the globe to see their father, and he left a legacy for them, and he definitely did. I mean, he definitely did. He definitely lived a life that would be enviable by some people, I suppose. I mean, he did make a lot of money. He had a lot of fun. He had a lot of children. He had a good run. And I hope Coach gets an opportunity to have another good run, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
He had a good run. I hope they, whatever they give him, maybe they'll end up, releasing him to the U.S. or somebody in several months or something. That would be best case scenario, but I don't know that that's likely.
Yeah. Ralph Lacoon says, I'm pretty sure the Knoxville footage has already been destroyed in Ukraine. It's a shame that we'll never get the 4K Knoxville footage. Because we saw it all be filmed. I know it's got to exist, right?
Yeah, and we all sat for like interviews, and he had these special cameras and all this stuff. There was a ton of footage shot, and I actually could have gotten a copy of it. He was going to let me look at it and stuff like that, but I just didn't when I got back. And then there was that falling out not long after. I should have known better. But and so all that stuff was just
mostly Worski's fault, right?
Yes, like everything. Worski, we wanted to do the Miami thing, and I wanted to do it with Coach, but Worski wanted to pay these two fucking idiots who were his grifter supporters, right? Like that was it was the same thing back then. SoCal Chris and AG Luck.
And AG Luck. And look at what they produced. Yeah, look at what they produced.
But they gave Worski money. So he was like, oh, I want to have these guys on. I want to give them. Well, they suck. Like, I want to coach there because he could do some good shit. Not because he was my friend.
Right.
It's because it was better for the fucking program, you idiot.
Right. And people know who Coach is. Coach. People would love to see Coach in a situation, in crazy situations in Miami. I mean, it would have been a much better run. Of course, Miami was amazing. Yeah. Definitely one of my favorite arcs.
Yeah, it was amazing. But it ended up being a disaster because there was nobody there to hold it together either.
Yeah.
And Coach would have done that. Like, it would have been way better with Coach. We'd actually had the footage. We'd actually had the Knoxville footage. But Worski always knows best. And anytime Worski's making I should have told him to fuck off. That was going to go without Coach. But, at the time, I was like, all right, whatever, okay. He's like, I'll pay him my money. Like,
I bet you nobody got paid.
Nigga, I had to pay. I paid for the hotel, and then they tried to charge me like $1,000 or something for like somebody smoked in there or some shit, and I said I wasn't gonna
Oh
pay
my
him and did
God!
a
They
chargeback,
charge you
and the bank.
$1,000 for
Well, the
that.
bank agreed with me, and I ended up not having to pay it. But they tried to. And then Worski, we got that apartment, and he just left, fucked off back to Canada, and left me with the lease for months and months that I had to pay. And I ended up letting my neighbor from across the street from my mom's house move in there, and he paid rent most months, but it was way more, it was at least something on it. And I just let him live there and
Now,
have all
would you be
Worski's
willing
shit.
to talk about that apartment thing, or no?
Yeah, if you want, yeah.
So Worski has always said that you threatened to kill him because he was out on a balcony with Nora and they were talking. And you threatened to murder him because you felt like there was something brewing there. Is that true? Or is that
No, that never happened. I got in an argument with my wife there. My wife at the time. And that's not what happened. I didn't threaten to kill Worski, but I was in a huge argument with her and she ended up leaving. And then I came back in and Worski looked scared shitless. He thought I was about to like choke him or some shit. Worski's a scared little bitch, like honestly.
Well, yes, we saw in the hotel in Miami that Worski literally screamed like a woman.
And then the next morning, he just left. He just got on a bus and left with no type of warning or no type of.
So you're saying Worski was so scared that from the argument that you have with Nora that he just left in the middle of the night?
Yeah, and I did have an argument with her, and it was because I got swatted that night and a bunch of shit happened, and I wanted to go to sleep, and then like she was staying up, and we ended up getting in an argument. And basically, because she wouldn't go to sleep, like I told her to. Just dumbest thing. It's the dumbest thing. This is a history of mine, but and I was in the wrong, honestly. But that's
what was that
there.
about? Were you missing Nora? I know you had deep love for Nora. Everybody. There's not even the A-logs have ever argued about your love for Nora.
Yeah, I loved her deeply.
Yeah.
But yeah, I missed her. I mean, I wanted her with me.
Yeah.
But also I was just like tired and just
burnt out from the constant insanity that had been going on.
Yeah, I was just tired and drunk and didn't handle it well. And we got into a huge argument outside the apartment and like really big argument. And she got a Uber back to my mom's house, and then I went back inside, and Worski just looked like he had pissed himself. And I was like, "No, it's fine, dude. No worries." But no, I didn't threaten to kill him. If I would have threatened, I probably would have killed him that night because I was on one. And so no, I didn't threaten to kill him. I kind of wish I had killed him, but I guess it's a good thing I didn't.
So what was the plan? Yeah. What was the plan with the apartment? Like, what were you guys planning on doing? Because I always feel like that was like an arc that nobody really understood.
He wanted to live in the U.S. He wanted to do basically what they're doing now, and do a show together. But I never respected Worski enough to do something like that, besides him just being a little co-host on my show, because Worski's an idiot. And Worski, anytime he has any type of creative control, it's going to suck. And I didn't really want to do a show with Worski like that. But that was his idea. And he was going to do IRL streaming. And that was going to be the other thing.
Well, he did go do IRL streaming. And that was a complete fucking disaster. Although I have to admit, I did watch all of that arc of Andy being completely obliterated on drugs and alcohol and wandering around and getting kicked out or invoking the rage of anybody that they came across.
I've never seen anybody eat like Worski besides maybe PPP. Like, he eats an insane amount. Like, maybe if I ate like Worski, I'd be 400 pounds.
Maybe that's why they get along so well.
Yeah, it is. I can guarantee you, because Worski would just eat and eat and eat. And I'm like, nigga, what the fuck? So, yeah, I guarantee you that's one of the reasons they get along so well. yeah, I remember being like, "What the fuck? This dude's eating like 6 waffles at a time with all kinds of maple syrup on it."
You wouldn't think he'd be able to eat like that though when he's always on coke. Because most people can't eat when they're on coke. You know,
So he's
like your
either
throat
not
gets
eating
all.
or he's eating a lot. So yeah, whenever I was on coke, I never wanted any food. But he didn't have any coke there in Richmond. He wouldn't know where to get it. But
So when he's not
shit.
high on drugs, he's just eating nonstop.
Yeah. Well, you see, that's true, Joffrey. Worski's getting fatter now. His old man metabolism is kicked in. Yeah, that's right. You can see his belly there. So it's kicked in a little bit for him now. But back then he was able to get away with it more. But I remember just being astonished at how much he ate. But yeah, he was trying to talk me into doing a show there with him. And I would do the kill stream back at my mom's house. And then come over there and stay over there or whatever. But I always kind of kept him, he was a co-host there for a while, but I never wanted to turn it into the like Ralph and Andy show, honestly. Now maybe that would have made me more money, I don't know, but I just don't respect him like that. So I'm being honest, like I don't. So
Well, Andy has basically betrayed and killed everything he's ever been involved with. I've never seen a track record like Andy. Like, and he always gets on like when it's over. Like I always think of like Tonka. He joined the Kumite, and the Kumite crashed and burned within what, 4 months? 3 to 4 months.
because he took it over, and it was all about Warshi coming on and spurging when it was never about that before, and that's what it turned into. And there were some entertaining parts in that, but most of it wasn't. And then when it went to his channel, it was just complete shit. And yeah, I remember that. And Worski's a leech. So and he always changes the content of the show into it being about him. And so the kill stream has always been about me in certain ways. Like, so that's not, but there's all kinds of different stuff going on too. But Worski, he thinks he's a comedian. He thinks he's some type of, artistic genius, and he's none of those things.
Well, that's clear because every venture that he's ever tried has failed miserably in the last 10 years. And usually ends with somebody mysteriously hacking the YouTube account or mysteriously hacking into something and then everything being completely destroyed. And he's always blamed it on the last co-host. So,
well, it'll happen here too eventually, I can guarantee you. But who knows when?
well, I think Ashton was pretty smart because when the channel got nuked, the original Kino Casino channel, which was Daka Daka, got nuked. He turned it over to his old channel. So now he has at least control of the YouTube channel. So if he's smart and he doesn't have anything. That was always a contingency in a way. The problem is that Andy always had his hands in the money and Ashton never had. That's why he's so subservient to Worski. Because Worski has all of the access to all the money.
I guarantee you Worski has all the money, yeah. He never had my money. He never had access to my shit like that because I never let him. And so,
well, why would you? It's insane.
Yeah, I know.
Imagine giving a cokehead access to all the money that you.
Well, he was mad that I didn't pay him for coming on the show. He never said that to me. He would go on Discord and cry to other people. And then he ended up stabbing me in the back. But he was crying for months about that. And it's like, well, if you're not a man, if you don't come to me like a man, I'm not going to fucking acknowledge
Well, did
that,
Andy
right?
ever actually come to you as a human being and like talk to you? Or was he a complete bitch?
No, not about that ever. No, he was always a complete bitch. And I saw a couple people had told me he was in Discord crying. He's mad about this or that. And I was like, well, he didn't say anything to me. I'm not going to acknowledge that. And, he was pissed about it for a while, a couple months that I'd heard about, but it's like, I don't respect that. Even the guy I was paying, Gator, wasn't worth what I was paying him. And so, if he'd came to me, maybe might have acknowledged it. Maybe, I don't know. But I resurrected his career. All the supporters he had was because of me anyway. Like,
And
he
the
was
show he
making
was
money off
doing
me.
was horrific with Kyler. With
Oh.
fucking Kryler, that show was the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It was literally them sleeping in front of a camera in chairs. Sleeping.
Yeah, it was terrible. But a lot of his supporters now are my old supporters, right? Like, he wouldn't have shit if it wasn't for me. And so the idea that I owed him money, if anything, he should have been kicking me up some money. What the fuck? Like, because he would, still be on Purple Dragon streaming to 35 people if it wasn't for me. So if anything, he should have been giving me money.
Well, you did resurrect Andy multiple times. Every time that Andy got thrown out, you would pick up Andy and put the pieces back together. And it shows to me like a tremendous lack of moral fiber or loyalty.
Well, yeah, he doesn't have any of that. And that was my mistake. I shouldn't have done that, but at the time, first off, I'm good at that sort of thing. And second off,
I used to be even sympathetic with Andy for a long time. Like, I would watch Andy's stuff and I'd feel somewhat sympathetic, like he was just a retard that got used by people, and I kind of felt bad for him. And then I had my own interaction. I had my own thing with Worski, and I don't think I have one positive thing to say about my time working with Worski. I put up a nice barrier for myself, and it was also a major mistake because I never had any contact with Worski. All contact with Worski was through PPP because I'm too mentally ill to get involved with somebody like Worski. And then if I really start to feel bad for somebody like that, it would have been a disaster. And I would have got pulled into that orbit. And I knew that, I'm not stupid. I knew that we were kind of getting used, but we were getting used as like a leverage, right? So Andy didn't have any leverage over us. Andy didn't have any contact with us. And I was told that we were going to be able to write the show. So that was kind of perfect because Ashton had to take all the shit and we just got to do what we wanted. But what happened it's just that Ashton just turned against us for Worski and was telling us crazy shit about Andy. And then he would go to Andy and tell Andy crazy shit about us. And it put him in
Andy
a
does that
situation. Yeah, and Andy does that too. He picked up a lot of it was a major mistake, all of us endorsing behind the scenes that union. It was an unholy union. We knew it was a horrible idea. He swore it was temporary. And I kind of, I let myself be used, and it was easy because I didn't have the headache of having to deal with Worski, and I knew it could be used as leverage for Ashton to kind of keep control of the show. Because Andy doesn't have a creative bone in his body. He's super lazy. And I thought that was kind of just an easier way to keep control. I never imagined that my friend for years would be secretly like plotting against me and doing all of these little Machiavellian things to try to wrestle control and kind of mind fuck me. I didn't see that at the time. It hasn't worked out well for them. They're at about a third of the audience they had when I was in control. So I think the numbers speak for themselves. I don't know how many viewers do they have right now. They've supposedly on Kick they have 1,200. I don't know what they got on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't believe that, by the way.
The chat barely moves on either of the streams, and they have like the last stream has. I don't know how bad they jannied the last stream. We used to have like a ritual after the streams were over where we read the comments and funny voices and stuff. There used to be thousands and thousands of comments under the video. And now there's like 20.
Yeah, I don't have much respect for either one of those guys. And what you mentioned about PPP, Worski does the same thing. He'll go and say one thing to somebody or complain something to somebody. And then
I never understood that as a man, though, to do that. If I have a problem with you, I'm going to tell you right to your face.
Same.
Like a lot of people are pressing me right now about Brian in the chat. I've talked about this. I've fought with Brian on stream about it. I've fought with Brian 1,000 times privately about it, that he needs to take his foot off the gas and hit the fucking brakes and, you know, just let it go at this point. Sometimes you just got to let things go. I think maybe I've even had maybe a conversation like this with you maybe a few times, that sometimes you just got to know when to just walk away from something and say, you know what, that's it. I'm just not going to engage with this anymore. And this has got to be the right thing for me. Yeah. And, you know, I'm sympathetic with that. But
yeah, and
you got to be, you know, when you're getting to our age, you got to know when to, you know, you're not 20 anymore. You got to know when to give it up.
That's kind of what I've been thinking about the last couple of weeks. Like, you know, I'm about to be a certain age, and no matter what ends up happening, you know, my family and all that, you know, I'm too old to, like, I know we're talking about him tonight, but like, I can't imagine like this same loop in a year, 2 years, 3 years. Like, it's like, dude, I'm about to be 40 here in a couple of years. Like, Worski's my age, like a couple years younger. Like, what the fuck? Like, we're not 20s or even young 30s anymore. Like, it's just, you know, and it's not that you can't talk shit. It's not that you can't focus on some of this stuff, but like, it's just not mentally rewarding. It's not intellectually rewarding. It's not emotionally rewarding. And it's the same, like, cancerous loop, really.
Yeah.
So
it is a cancerous loop, and you can get caught in the cycle of revenge. You know, revenge could be perpetual. So, you know, how long did Persip and Godwinson plan to backstab King of Pole? I didn't backstab Brian. I love Brian. I didn't backstab Brian, but I didn't see any big deal in appearing in a part. So I don't know how much you know about this, Ralph.
yeah.
Yesterday, Godwinson did a stream in the morning. I got a call from Godwinson in the morning. He invited me on the stream to just react to Brian released a video where he was in a field touching grass. Maybe I could pull it up on.
I saw it.
Oh, you saw it. You know what exactly what I'm talking about. And I said, you know what? I think it's good for Brian to touch grass. And I think things have gotten like really crazy. We're talking about swatting. We're talking about people calling your phone nonstop, people sending you explicit images to your phone that are incredibly illegal. And maybe we got to walk this back and stop. And I love you, Brian. Been friends with you for years. I've stuck by you for years, despite people like going crazy at me about sticking by you. I've always stuck by you. I didn't say anything bad. I just said, we got to step back. But, you know, in Brian's mind, that's like, you know, like the ultimate betrayal to say that. But I don't know, you know, what am I supposed to do, Brian? I love you, man. And I know you well. We've been friends for years. But you got to take a step back. You know, sometimes a little reality check is in order. I tried to get through to you for a long time and you weren't listening to me. So maybe it was time to try to get you to listen. Maybe that's what I was trying to do there. I can't comment on the rest of Godwinson stream because I have nothing to do with the rest of that stream. So were there some interesting characters that came on that stream? Absolutely. But I think if you're calling other people you're calling people like these people are crazy. They have no morals. They're doing all of this horrible stuff. The worst thing you could do with somebody who's like that is to interact with them daily and perpetuate it. So I didn't block Brian. I've never blocked Brian. I'd never block Brian. Brian is not blocked. Brian can call in right now if he wants. Brian could have called in last night. There was an open invitation for Brian to call in last night. So,
yeah, and look, I'm not taking a position on all that. I've consciously stayed out of it because I got my own shit going on.
Yeah, well, I don't blame you for that.
Yeah, it's like not something that I need. Although last night, I said I would have hosted that. Would have been good, but like I said, it's not my battle. It's not my fight. But yeah, I can understand what you're saying as far as getting away from it. I'm here, and glad to be here in some ways, stuck here in other ways. Like I've talked about this openly. And it's my career. And so it wouldn't be easy to just
Right.
walk away. And then, what would I really do after that? I mean, there are some things, I've thought about it, but that would have to be like a really planned out mission, right? A really thoughtful something that I would have to do. If I had a career outside this, I would not be here most likely.
Right. I mean,
And so I love it. I can't think of too many things that I would be better at. It's been highly rewarding in some ways, and I've talked about hosting the kill stream being a privilege, and it is. Coming out here, being able to talk and be a personality and get paid for that is a privilege. It's not something that I'm owed. It's something that I've worked hard at. It's something that I put a lot into. But I've lost a lot from it too. And those are my personal flaws, really, that cost me most of that. But they can be enhanced by some of this stuff. And I was talking about the negative loop and years long stuff. Well, that didn't help
right.
with some of my bad habits and ways of living. And so it's something that I've thought of. Like I said, I'm not disavowing my job or anything like that. But when you have some down moments or some down times, you think, wow, the regular life doesn't look as bad as I always thought. And I wrote about this a little bit in my book, but I never wanted to be a regular person ever since I was a kid. Now I didn't know what I would do in terms of like having an audience or whatever, but I always wanted one, and I always wanted to be that person. So I was given what I wanted, and that's a blessing, but it was also a curse.
Yeah. I've always been the
And
exact
so,
opposite of that. I've always wanted to be a regular person, but I've never been able to be a normal person. It's just never, I don't really like to talk so personally, but I always wanted to be like a regular person, have a regular job, be normal, just do a 9 to 5, have a normal life. And I've never ever been able to achieve that my whole life. I've always been a black sheep. I've never fit in with any group. I've always been a gay guy I've never ever really kept any gay male friends or any real gay friends to begin with. I've never really, I've never been able to fit in anywhere. And then somehow I got involved with this and I fit in with it. And then I'm like, well, this is a bad idea. Like, what am I thinking about? Like, this is a horrible idea. And, I'm like feuding with you. I'm doing crazy stuff. I'm helping create like crazy shows. And it's like, what are you doing every step of the way? And I don't know. Somehow it's turned into me going ultimate heel turn, going complete opposite, doing the show with you, really putting myself out there, like really like hanging on the wire, And the only thing that's ever kept me, I feel, sort of safe is that I've always tried to keep things on the up and up. I'm not a snake. I've never ever been a person who's an operator as far as manipulating people and doing all these backroom deals. That's the only thing that's ever saved me. Like I really keep to myself. People believe that like I'm on Discord and all these cabals, like trying to dox people and stuff, where I've only kept the same tight-knit group of people as friends like this whole time. That's the only thing I've ever used Discord for. And it's the only thing that's really kept me safe. I've never, but it's always like teetering on that wire. You could always fall into that temptation to do something highly morally questionable where you could fall into that pit. And then there's no going back from that. That'll follow you forever, And it's been a real tightrope. And now a guy I kept very close company with for years hates my guts and wants me to die. And a guy who once screamed he wanted a bullet in my head is like a good friend. And it's all gotten very crazy. It's just got completely nuts.
well,
And
times change.
times change.
you know, the more you see, you know, I value authenticity. And you have a lot of that, and a lot of people don't have a lot of that, particularly around here. And you know, you can get sucked in by that, you can get fucked over by that, but you know, it's something I've always valued,
Right.
and you know, that's why I got close to you. You've been cool, a good friend of mine. But you know, we're looking at a couple phonies right here on the screen.
Right.
But they're not the only ones. And
Well, everybody, I think most people fall into this trap where it's not about doing it for fun or doing a show. I mean, what really gets me off is just talking to people that are interesting and putting out a show that's funny and something that I'd like to watch myself. That's my whole thing that I've ever gotten off of by getting involved in this stuff, even though I knew it was a major mistake. You know, I have an identity online now that's tied to like an old Kiwi Farms account where who the fuck even knows what I said. And can bite me in the ass at any time. And I don't know. I'm still with it and I'm still enjoy doing it. And I still have a lot of fun doing it. I don't know.
yeah, and I mean,
I
you
never
know,
ever thought I was ever going to do streams like this or do any of this stuff. But it's like, well, if I can't, you know, I got to create the content myself, I guess. And this is my version of a stream. So I'm just talking over these two fucking retards and doing a show that I want to do. That's my vision. And I think I really actually do enjoy that more than anything.
well, it's you know, it's rewarding, and it's something that you know, like I said, it's a gift and an honor and a privilege, and that's something that I've always known. But sometimes my actions, or my emotions or my brain, you know, get into a certain place where I'm not really caring about anything, much less a show. I don't even give a fuck about myself. And I've been in those spots, and every time I get to that spot, you know, you say it can't get worse. Yes, it can, and it will, if you have that mentality. And so it's something that I'm trying to consciously change. Now it cost me losing a lot, and some stuff I might not ever get back. But you know, that's life, and of course it was super nasty, everything that's happened, but you know, I think that I would be dishonoring myself, and the people who supported me for years if I just, like I said, folded up shop and went away. And I would be dishonoring my children. And all this stuff is out in the public forever, but I'm still in the public, and I can
Right.
still create a new story going from here. And so and people might not believe me. I know some of my haters probably don't believe me, but I would like in 10 years, or 20 years, my kids to be able to look back and say, you know, yeah, my dad was crazy and he did a lot of dirt and he was fucked up, and you know, he's known for this and that, but he did this and that after, right?
Well, right. He put on
And
an entertaining show that you could watch and be and say, "Wow, this was like this was something. This was something that people really loved, and it's hilarious, and you could watch it, you know, and enjoy it, and that's what it's all about." And you know, we're all like misfits. You know, when people talk about the sector, it's like all of these people that don't fit anywhere else, right? We're all like these insane misfits. I've never fit in anywhere. I don't really belong here either. I'm like this gay guy that's in like this weird alt-right sector where it's like everything I am is like the antithesis of what you would expect somebody to be, and yet I don't know. I'm here, and people are watching this stream. It's kind of surreal, you know. And I do a show with you, and like I'm interviewing a guy called fucking Boneface, who's like this neo-Nazi at a rally that's international news, and it's like I don't know what I'm doing here, but it's kind of like this is kind of like a home for me in a way. In a warped kind of, in my own way, this is kind of like a place where I finally found a home in a way, and that I've been able to actually meet people that I find interesting and have fun.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of cool shit I've been able to do and travel the world off this stuff, and obviously things went off the rails with my wife, but that was a blessing too. My first wife was a blessing too. And sometimes blessings leave.
Blessings can be curses. You know
well-
what I mean? But it's a coin, right? It flips. A blessing can turn into a curse really quick, and a curse
I
can
don't wanna
turn
say
into
that.
a blessing really quick too.
I don't want to say that about my wife or my.
Well, no, I'm
ex-wife,
not talking
okay?
about your wife. I'm talking about
But
this streaming
the
stuff. I'm
show,
not talking about
yeah.
wives.
Yeah, well, it can, you have some success, and you know how to do the show, and it's good, and the rage is working, all this stuff's working. It can keep you from making some fixes that you could have made way sooner and had a different life, basically had a different outcome from all this. That's my fault, though. I don't blame that on the show. I don't blame that on all this, but it can have that effect if you're not smarter about it. And I haven't always been smart about it. So, I'll be the first one to say it. Like, I don't have to lie about this stuff. So,
Right. Well, yeah. And honesty, I think, is always the best policy, and being straight up, I think, is always the best policy.
yeah. And,
You pull this
like
up.
I said, all this stuff happened in public. So, I want to talk about the work and some of the thinking I've been doing in public too, because that's kind of how you have to do with this. So,
Yeah. You want to do a little introduction? People are calling for Pebbrick. You want to do a little introduction to Pebbrick? Hold on, I'll switch
Sure.
us over here.
Sure. Yeah, we're gonna get that started. I think Chief of Staff said tomorrow, Jacuzzi. We would have had it already, but had a meltdown and all that. So
I'm still waiting for this epic reveal. I'm like hungry for it.
who is Pembroke? I don't even know who the fuck that is.
Well, I will introduce you to Pebbrick. It's better that I don't say anything. We just watched this. I need a good caption. For some reason, I got like a grayscale on. Just let me fix this real quick. Can I say I hate OBS with a passion?
Yes, you can. So do I.
I'm always afraid I'm going to do something that's going to break right live on stream, and then the whole stream is fucked after.
That's happened to me many times.
I've definitely done it 100 times. Let me take the spray scale off. This is Pebbrick. And this is somebody I want to explore further because I find him fantastically fascinating, but I never find the time to actually get to him.
So my mother and my brother stopped by. And of course, I was, oiling up and drying up Dominique. And of course, I'm not going to be those people who be like, oh my God, I got to cover her up. No, I just let her lay there. So as my mother and my brother step in here, they got a chance to look at her with her luxurious ass sticking up in the air.
What up, chat? Wake up.
So
Wake
in my
up.
opinion, the camera doesn't help
Get up, fat boy.
because when you look at it in person,
So that's Dominique laying there. He was cleaning her, and
the ass looks bigger in real life.
I can't see
So
it.
the
What?
camera ain't doing that much.
you can't see it on the share screen? Hold on, I'll restart. Refresh the share screen
Okay, let me.
in Discord.
How do I even do that? What the fuck?
It's not working. I see it in the.
I see your icon, but I don't see anything else. Let me see.
Hold on, I'll restart it.
Okay.
I'll just restart the share.
I can only see your icon.
Do you see the share screen now?
I mean, it says Perspic and it shows your icon, but I don't see anything else.
Hold on one sec. I'll refresh the call. All right, let's try it again. Now,
Maybe
can you
it's
see
me.
it?
I don't know. I just see your icon in the middle of the screen.
Drop out of the call and drop back in.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'm back in.
Okay. Now, do you see it?
Yeah, I see it now.
Yeah. Discord also very buggy. And the interactions between Discord and OBS sometimes can get really fucked up. But here we go. I'm used to that. That's why it's the Scuffed Express. Here we go.
So my mother and my brother stopped by. And of course, I was, oiling up and drying up Dominique. And of course, I'm not going to be those people who be like, oh my God, I got to cover her up. No, I just let her lay there. So as my mother and my brother step in here, they got a chance to look at her with her luxurious ass sticking sticking up in the air.
Sex doll?
Yeah.
For me, in my opinion, the camera doesn't help. Because when you look at it in person, the ass looks bigger in real life. So the camera ain't doing that much justice for it of how nice this ass is.
I thought the camera made it bigger.
As you can see, she's drying up perfectly. You know what I mean? If anybody's wondering, why don't you just look for a real girl, Well,
Yeah.
if I could find a girl that shuts the fuck up for a minute and doesn't talk, maybe, just maybe, I'll go back to humans.
You won't find that.
But till then, if that ever happens, I'm sticking to TPE instead.
I never understood that. Yeah, go ahead.
The sex doll, yes. Now, do you feel like you could ever get to a point where I've definitely gotten to this point with women where you just feel like you gotta just feel like move on and find something else, Yeah, Pebrick found his sex doll that he fell in love with.
No, I don't really see myself getting to that point. Although, no, definitely not your point. But I could see, maybe not having somebody. Like, it's weird because I've been with somebody every year for the past 13 years of my life. And so when you have, now it was different people, but when you have that, you're used to having, a girlfriend or a wife, etc. And, of course I had my family before that. They're all dead, just about. And so it is a little bit of a shift, just like totally on my own now. And, it's a little bit heavy, really, but probably something that it's not something that I had to have, obviously, but maybe something that I needed for character development. And so it's been a little tough, but it gets better. Revelation said, "Well, yeah, I think so too." But it's not easy. It's not easy to shift to that. I don't crave a sex doll or anything.
Well, obviously, I mean, this is just insane. I just love it. So Pebrick is a guy who his co-host is the sex doll Dominique and his wife, and he is king of the incels. So what Pebrick does is he'll go around and he'll scream at incels, and then say, "Well, why don't you just get a sex doll as a wife?" And they don't talk. They don't tell you can't have sex. And I don't know. I was fascinated with this guy. We were just searching live streams one night. And this came up, and I was just fascinated by this guy and the sex doll. And his relationship with it, and he keeps it in a coffin. I can see that you're really not feeling this segment. Maybe it's too dark.
Revelation says, I meant the content for Pebrick gets better. Okay. Well, I was taking it to a deeper level. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't. It's deranged, right? Like I don't. The whole sex doll thing, like what the fuck? I
I
don't really
just,
understand that.
yeah, well, you just wonder, like, where you get to a point in your life where you check out so much that you just make the sex doll your wife, and that's it.
Yeah, I could understand porn addiction before I could understand that. Like um it's not really sensible in any way. And it's also just really, really weird. I could see living like a celibate hermetic lifestyle over that, right? Like I mean, just
Well, that's kind of what it is, right? Except you have your
yeah.
sex doll.
Yeah, but it's just by the way, Perspicacity is a traitor in chat. You are a complete spurg. Like
I love him.
you're one of the
I
you're one of
love
the
him
biggest
just to let
spurgs
them
I've
go.
ever seen in my life. Like who even types that much in a chat in 5 minutes? Like you need to go get a sex doll, nigga. Like maybe that would help you. Nice saying I need to be like DSP and play video games. Yeah, maybe I'll take
I
that
don't-
on. I do need to do more gaming streams, but
Yeah,
go
whatever
ahead.
happened? You used to do gaming streams every once in a while, and that kind of died. I don't know if that's your. I don't know if that's your grip, but those were funny when you would play.
Yeah, and I like, I've been a gamer since I was 4 years old. I love video games, but I just don't get the time to play them as much now with all the kill stream stuff. And then when my setup, I fucked it up. Now it's a little bit harder, and honestly, I haven't really felt like playing games the past few weeks either. But Zelda wasn't Ralph's game. I love that game, and I still have it over there on the Switch. But like I said, my setup, I just have the laptop that I'm using now. So we'll see. I would like to try to work some of that stuff back in, but just it's not necessarily on the front burner.
I see. Yeah, I don't know. I see this as a potential in the future. I was fascinated by this incel community stuff, which is adjacent to the AF
By the way,
stuff.
I wasn't drunk when I was playing Zelda, nigga. Kettlefish says, I saw you playing Zelda while drunk. It was a little rough. You talking about the last time I played Zelda? I wasn't drunk. It was just a little rough. No, I wasn't drunk. That was in like May or June. No, I was not drunk. I only had the relapses in July and the end of August, like first couple of days of September. That's the only time I've been drunk since April. Now those are really bad fall offs and cost me everything. But I was sober the whole rest of the time, and I'm sober now. Now that's not, like I said, when you have such bad fall offs, it's not like you can really hang your hat on that. But I have to look for the silver linings. And yeah, I was actually sober when I was playing that in May
I
or
believe you.
June, whenever it came out. Well, I don't have to lie. I mean, I really was, and I wasn't sober during the first couple weeks of July and the last few days of August and the first few of September.
What I
But,
notice is as I get older and older, I become more and more disinterested in playing video games, which makes me sad because I used to love it. But the investment is like insane now. Now to buy like a PS5, it costs like $1,000. Like everything's so fucking expensive. All the games are like $60 to $80. It's just not, like a controller. Just to buy a controller now is what, like $100? It's just insane. I don't have that kind of money to be wasting.
Yeah, and I
on
still
playing
love
video
games, but I just don't. I don't have the time. I guess I do a lot more brooding now. Well, I used to brood while I was playing video games, and now I just brood
Yeah, in other ways.
without it. And so it's almost like it's interfering with my brooding and planning for the show. But I still do love games. But I don't have the same passion for it. Yeah, that's true. As when I was younger. I mean, I used to sit and play games 12, 14 hours a day some days and just be in them. And some RPGs, but also just like I used to play the fuck out of sports games all the time. Every new Madden, I would have it. Every new NBA 2K, I would have it. NCAA football, that was my shit. If they bring that back next year, I'll probably pick that up. They're supposed to be finally bringing it back next year, but yeah, that was always my
Yeah,
shit.
I was more of like a very nerdy. I like always had to have my my new Final Fantasies and my new RPGs and stuff.
I didn't get into RPGs until Knights of the Old Republic, and absolutely love Knights of the Old Republic. Some of the greatest games
That's a
ever.
great game. Yes, that is a
And
great
then
game.
when it ran out, when I beat it, it didn't run out. I went up to it was called Great Games. It was across the street from Blockbuster. They had opened like a counter thing, and they would buy and sell games there too, though. And I was like, man, you know, I've never really been into RPGs, but I really love Knights of the Old Republic. You know, what could I follow this up with? And he's like, you'll love this. And he handed me a copy of Morrowind. And
Morrowind's great. Yeah,
and I must have put, I don't know, 150, 200 hours probably into Morrowind. And I did love Morrowind. So that's kind of how I got started on RPGs. I never was really into JRPGs. I did play a lot of all the BioWare classics. You know, Mass Effect 1, 2, 3, Jade Empire. Jade Empire is really good too. I played.
you were really into the Western RPGs.
Yeah. And then there's what is the RPG with Morgan as the witch? I can't remember the name of it right now, but that first one was really good. I played all 3 Fables. I see that getting mentioned in chat. Skyrim, yes. Played a ton of Skyrim. And I almost got Starfield, but I was like, nah, I don't even have time. So
Yeah, I don't have time for that either. I really was like more like a Japanese RPG fan. I was big like into the PlayStation RPG.
Dragon Age, yeah, that's it. Jacuzzi.
Dragon Age. Yeah, there we go. I definitely played the first Dragon Age. I wasn't in love with it. Western RPGs have never really spoken to me like the same way. I definitely put in like 200 hours in Skyrim and stuff, but I could never really get into the Western RPGs outside of like Fallout 2. I played a lot.
Yeah, I played Fallout 3 is where I started with Fallout.
Yeah, Fallout 3 was great.
Yeah, it's a classic.
That's
Witcher
like the golden age of Western RPGs. It's like the
I
Fallout
never
3.
played the first 2 Witchers, but I played Witcher 3, and that's one of the great games that I've ever played, at least. And so I love Witcher 3. That's one of the greatest games ever.
I think many people would agree with you on that one. That Witcher 3 is definitely one of the greatest games ever, especially Western RPGs.
It's so good. And I see Mass Effect mentioned. I loved everything about Mass Effect until the end of Mass Effect 3. And I was one of those people who were just enraged by the end of Mass Effect 3 because it's so bullshit. It's so Deus Ex Machina.
It's very contrived, yeah.
It's like, well, it makes the whole series contrived. And I was so pissed that I went and sold the game back to GameStop immediately after. And so I never even played the DLCs that they made to follow up and try to like make up for that or whatever. Like I never even played any of those because I went and sold them back. I went and sold the game back immediately. And I was pissed, like enraged. I can still remember like, and I love that series. Like that was one of my favorite.
Well, it made everything kind of pointless, didn't it? It just made the whole thing fucking pointless. It's like,
it literally makes it pointless. Yeah.
You know what I think it was though? So at the time there was the new Battlestar Galactica. I think it was all like tying back to the new like Battlestar. Did you ever watch Battlestar Galactica, the new series?
No, and that's probably why I was like really pissed. Like I didn't ever watch that shit. Not that it's not good. It's just it was never my thing. But Mass Effect 2 is one of the greatest games ever made, and it's like perfect in almost every way. And Mass Effect 3 is really good too. And Mass Effect 1, of course, is a classic too. But Mass Effect 3 I loved until the end, and I was like, okay. All right, tell me the similarity though.
Mass Effect. So Battlestar Galactica, it's like time is a circle, right? So like it's humans and Cylons, right? And humans, think like Terminator, where humans create an AI that eventually goes out of control and tries to overthrow them. And it's like in Battlestar Galactica, it's like a continuous cycle where humans will create an AI and get into a war with the AI, and then time will civilization will reset, and then it'll just start over and over and over and over again. It's like this continuous cycle. And the new Battlestar Galactica series was all about that eternal recurrence of what is a human, what is an AI, what is a robot, what is artificial life, what is human life. And it's like, at the end, it's like everything just resets at the end, where it was like Cylons and humans aren't actually, it's like they've become so close together that they're almost the exact same thing. And then at the end, they just reset and they settle. It's just like at the end of Mass Effect 3, where they go to like a primitive planet, and then they start civilization over again. It's just completely aped off Battlestar Galactica. And it doesn't even make any sense, because it doesn't, you're not even, I am a Star Trek nerd. I love sci-fi in general. I got that from my old man. My old man was a great lover of sci-fi. I was never as great a lover of sci-fi as my old man was, but that's it just aped off a big trope that the AI will wipe out civilization, then we have to start over again. It's like this eternal recurrence. And Picard, actually, the end of Picard, I hated that first season of Picard, but Picard is also like that, where an AI, super AI, comes back to wipe out civilization. That was completely contrived too, but I always think of Mass Effect 3 and Battlestar Galactica and all that stuff just apes off that same story trope. Can't escape that. Nobody can come up with an original idea.
I watched a little bit of the old Star Trek. My mom loved that. And then Twilight Zone, which is one of the all-time great shows. Like high art, actually. So there's some like sci-fi or...
Yeah, TOS with Kirk and Spock and stuff. That's the most iconic Star Trek. I know a guy who absolutely, I could hear him now. It's his favorite. That's one of his most favorite things. Old Star Trek. British gentleman.
I know that's what you're gonna say. How did I know?
And of course, the Squire as well. That's how we all bonded. Through Star Trek.
Now, I'm not like them necessarily. Like, I can't quote everything. Like, my mom was like that though, and so she knew every plot to every fucking Star Wars there were, and like she could set up scenarios and like relate it back to that. And it's just like how it happened in episode.
That's amazing. She's got great taste. Great taste.
Yeah, my mom was like that. My mom was.
I think Ralph would also like DS9. DS9's a great show.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'd like most of these shows.
It's finding the time to watch them, right?
Right. But yeah, my mom was huge into all that stuff, and classic cinema and some of the same things you mentioned that gentleman likes. So that's how, and my dad was too, at least the classic cinema part. So I grew up like on that stuff, and when I was a kid, I used to hate it. Because I'll be like, why are you watching this black and white movie? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, it's not even in color. Why are you watching this?
I used to love it.
Embarrassing.
I used to actually watch a lot of that stuff with my dad too. And when you were playing that I, Claudius stuff, I was like reliving my whole childhood. Because I remember watching that on Masterpiece Theater. I used to watch a lot of Masterpiece Theater because, of course, we never had fucking cable ever when I was a kid. My mother didn't believe in cable or television or anything. But that was one of the few things that we could watch was like Masterpiece Theater. And I remember just watching all of that. And I, Claudius was one of those. Living
I, Claudius is one of the greatest things ever put on television. And it's a teleplay, basically. And it has all these classic actors. Derek Jacobi plays Claudius, but there's tons of legends in it all throughout. But I saw Derek Jacobi on the stage in London with my first wife.
You did?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, he was playing Mercurio and Romeo and Juliet. He did the Queen Mab speech, like, just off the top of his head. And traditionally, Mercurio is actually a lot younger actor, lot younger role. But they like changed that part of the story And so he's older in that one. But yeah, he does the Queen Mab speech just like, of course, perfect because he's a Shakespearean actor.
Yes.
And just absolutely nails it. And I shouldn't even say this publicly, but I will because I don't give a fuck and I'm real. But, I watched I, Claudius and I've seen it so many times and watched it with most of my partners. But you know what? I never got through the whole thing with my current wife. So if things never work out and they don't look that great, let's be honest. I hope that she will go through one day and watch all of I, Claudius because it's that good and it transcends even the bonds of holy matrimony for me at least. So I hope that she'll go back. She probably won't because it'll remind her of me, but it's that good. And we did get through several episodes of it.
It's a great story about about the subtle manipulations of how the most subtle of manipulations can lead you down the path of ruin and also success.
Yeah.
They say that historically it's not particularly accurate, that there's no evidence to suggest that
some of it is and some of it isn't.
That his mother was that she actually plotted all of these things out. They say that she was more of
Olivia.
Yeah, Olivia. Yeah. That she was more of Olivia was more of a scapegoat of later time that was kind of created after the times of Claudius. That whole narrative was created much later. It was something that became more of like a mythos than a reality. At the time, there's nothing to suggest that, but I could definitely see it. Something like that definitely happening.
Well, you see, he took some liberties with some of that. Robert Graves wrote I, Claudius and then Claudius the God, which are the two books, and I've read both books, but the I, Claudius series is basically both of those condensed down into the series. And so Claudius, the book ends with him becoming emperor. And that's where the book ends. And then Claudius the God picks up with him and his reign as emperor. But Robert Graves, the guy who wrote it, was like a classically trained historian. And he did a lot of translations from the Latin to English. He was British, of course.
Yes.
And that was like, he was like a historian. And matter of fact, I read one of his translations while I was in jail. I think it was the 12 Caesars. But there's a lot of stuff that he translated. And so he knew his shit. So that's why it's so good. So
yeah.
I was trying to look.
And he knew where to intertweed the intrigue in with the subtle and the way it's written. The actual that's what television is lacking today. Is it's so the actual dialogue is so poorly written.
Ralph
in a lot of
schools, nigga, it's Claudius. How do you not know Claudius becomes emperor? What the fuck? Read a book.
Read a book, yeah.
Sorry, I just spoiled you on the fourth Roman emperor that you should have already fucking known was the fucking emperor.
Yeah, it was over 2,000 years ago, bro. I mean, it's no spoiler on that.
Yeah, he's just a foundational Roman emperor you should have already known about, but okay, sorry. Yeah, so I did already know he was going to become emperor before I watched
Of course,
it,
of course you know that he's going to become emperor.
And the whole show leads up to, it's not really that. Well, I know, it was a joke. Somebody said that. But it's, now, of course, he goes through it on the show and, he doesn't think he's going to become emperor, but, it's written from the perspective of everybody knows this nigga's going to become emperor.
Of course.
So it's just brilliant. Derek Jacobi does a great Warski in that as well. So Claudius has a stutter, for those who don't know, and a club foot as well. So it's like Warski and PPP mixed together, actually. Except He was also a genius, so that part's not there. But he's got a stutter and a club foot, and like this twitch when he tries to really talk and get it out there. And Derek Jacobi doesn't speak like that in reality. But,
well, that's a common ailment of a lot of nobility is that stutter. I think Queen Elizabeth's father had that stutter and really struggled in his time. They made a movie about that, of course, The King's Speech. But
that's really good.
It's it's one of those things that you will see repeat throughout history. Is a lot of these guys from nobility have these weird either tics or ailments that I don't know. Claudius, I don't know if he was inbred or not, but it's one of those things, you know, where you see this, like, you see a general theme throughout history of these guys who they become so good because they have to overcome like this they have to create a charisma about themselves to overcome this obstacle of being able to communicate with people. So you have to create an angle, you have to create a dialogue with people in a way that is different, and that's what makes it so magnetic.
I agree with that. And then also Chief of Staff said I should watch some streams, watch some shit on locals and in the Discord. Yeah, when we get that set up, I will. You know, I like doing shit like that anyway. Sorry, I won't watch Survivor and 90 Day Fiance.
Wow, what the fuck? Yeah, I know. Well, this is a complete. I feel like this is a great juxtaposition between factions here. You know what I mean?
Well, we're smarter, nigga. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, like, I don't want to see that shit. And if I did, I wouldn't expect anybody else would want to see me watch it. Like, what the fuck? I don't know. Like, who the fuck would even want to see that, right? Like, Survivor? The only time I watched Survivor was season 1.
Yeah, season 1 was great.
And then when that Russell dude was on there, like maybe 10 or 15 seasons later, where he was just like the biggest piece of shit. Well, my mom watched it, and I was
my
like,
dad loved Survivor as well and Big Brother, but I could never.
Well, I didn't really want to watch it, but I started watching it because he was like clearly the biggest piece of shit of all time. But he was great at Survivor. And so I was like, okay, this is kind of entertaining. She used to watch Apprentice too and loved it. And then when Trump ran for president, she hated him. And I was like, what the fuck? You loved Apprentice? Like, oh, she's a piece of shit. No.
Well, that's what made The Apprentice fun, is because he was kind of like a big piece of shit. But he told it as it was. I think that's what's the most magnetic about Trump, right? Is that he says it like it is, and he doesn't sugarcoat it or downplay it or say it to what's the word I'm looking for? He doesn't pander to an audience. He just says what's on his mind, and people love that. You know, that's what the whole grab it by the. That's what that was what the whole. You know, I grab bitches by the pussy. You know, they want expensive furniture. I buy. They want a couch. I say, you know, how much is it? I'll buy it. I'm a billionaire. I could do whatever I want. You know, I take a beautiful woman and I say, the world's your oyster, sweetheart. You're going to put out for me. You're going to, you know, you want to be interested in me. I'm interested in you. Let's make a deal. That was the whole thing with Stormy Daniels. I mean, what's this bitch complaining about? She was paid all this money. She was paid even more money just to see him, and they watched like the Nature Channel together. You're going to complain about that bitch? You were paid for that. You're going to complain about it afterwards and it's a moral conundrum afterwards? Get a grip. You knew what you were doing then.
Yeah, of course. I mean, she's a porn star.
I mean, you're a porn star, bitch. You literally sell your pussy for money. And God bless you, you made a good living. And now you're going to hate on it after it's over and you're washed up. I mean, you know, invest it. Do something with the money.
By the way, somebody asked me what my favorite novels were. Well, Claudius, for one, The Godfather. I mean, I have several, but I really love Wuthering Heights as well, which I've talked about on the show. Which I guess should be a fucking red flag, honestly.
Wuthering Heights, yeah.
That might be a red flag for some of my old problems. But
Emily Bronte. Well, any book by Emily Bronte is a complete mindfuck. So
it's so good. It's so good. She was the best out of the sisters, but she died really young. But yeah, it's so good. And it's tragic. Like I said, maybe I was taking on a little bit too much. I love BoJack too, and it's like,
I can't say that I know the book. I mean, I think you have to be in a bubble to not know classic literature. I've never been big on fiction. That's always been my greatest weakness.
yeah, me either. But I read that when I was in jail, and I was like, loved it. It's so good.
It's a great. She always she has a knack for just tragedies. You know, the heart, because you know everything's so relatable in it. That's one of the things that I'd like to do. Is I have to brush up on a lot of classic literature that's fiction. I know, like, anything that's nonfiction, historical, anything that's like a historical novel or stuff like that, I've read a lot. But that fiction portion is like one of my big regrets. It's a big gap for me. I just can never get into reading fiction. Like, I always want to experience or read something about something that really happened, you know? And there's so much to get from something that's not, because you could do whatever you want in a book that's fiction, but I don't know. I just can't. I got to sit down one day and really go through it. You know, my father had like these huge piles and piles of books. Very avid reader, and I have made the commitment that I'm going to take a lot of his books and read them. I'd like to do that. I just got to find some time to sit down and just read. I do love reading. I just that's one of the things that I have to do.
Well, I've always identified with like the tragic character. I don't know why. The tragic like anti-hero or even villain. I know that's a shock for people to hear, but I've always identified with that person, and so Heathcliff in Wuthering Heights is like, he's like a huge piece of shit. Now, of course, he has reasons for being a piece of shit, but he's a huge piece of shit, and he's involved in this, tragic
Mexico.
love. Yeah.
Somebody just said, "What country did Germany send a telegram to during World War I about a land invasion of the U.S.?" And that was Mexico.
Yeah, there's a name for that too, but I can't think of it. But I don't know. It's probably been some of my problems identifying with the tragic character too much instead of like,
Yeah.
you're not really supposed to like, oh yeah, that's me, and okay, good, it's being referenced. Like, you're supposed to say, oh, okay, that's like a object lesson on what not to do, basically. And BoJack even has a meta episode about this.
Yeah. Well, at least you didn't bring up something like blood, like Blood Meridian or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I can't watch BoJack. I was gonna go back on another watch through of BoJack before this last blow up, and now I can't. Like, if I was to watch BoJack, it would probably just drive me. I love it. It's one of the great shows you could watch, but it's so heavy, and it's such a like, deep dive into some of the stuff. It's like, no, it's funny too and silly some places, but I'm not sure that would be a good idea. I've told this story before, but I watched BoJack after my first divorce or while it was going on. And I that was one of the periods where I was having a hard time doing the show and just had to get out there and do it. And as soon as I would get off the show, I would go and like with literally like a whole fucking liter of alcohol and just sit there and fucking get drunk and smoke weed, and mostly getting drunk though, and watch BoJack. And like that was like my life really. And I loved it, but you can really wallow in some of that stuff watching BoJack. So if you watch it, I see Cinema has mentioned that he's watching it. If you watch it,
I've only seen a few episodes of BoJack, but I understand how you would identify with a character like BoJack Horseman.
Well, I thought it was gonna suck. I've talked about this before, but I thought it was gonna suck, and it was like this goofy shit, and I was looking for something to watch on a plane ride back, and I watched the first episode, and I was like, oh, okay, this is kind of funny. And then I kept watching it, and then they get to the Herb Kazaz episode. Spoiler alert, by the way. But he tries to apologize to Herb for he'd fucked him over and done all this fucked up shit, and then Herb goes, I don't accept your apology. And you don't have to. Basically, it's a lesson on how people don't have to accept your apologies, and you're supposed to just live with that. Now, BoJack doesn't live with it very well, and I haven't traditionally either. But it's supposed to be a lesson on how, you can be sorry and you can really want to make up for something that you did, and the other person just never accepts it.
Well,
and you just have to live with that. That's like one of the pains of life, basically. And it's not easy. I'm thinking about certain situations now. It's not easy to accept that someone else may not accept, your apology and give you the forgiveness. That's really what you crave, right?
Well, you crave the forgiveness from somebody else, but when you're really asking for an apology, you're asking for forgiveness from yourself, right?
Right. Yes. Yeah, of course. It's to ease your own mind. And like I said, I can think of a couple big examples right now where it's like, you want that other person's forgiveness. You want them to see you in a different way again, but also it's really to ease your own conscience. Yes, you're right. And it's to, I fucked up, but they still,
It's
they
a
still care about me, or
it's a selfish thing in a way to ask for forgiveness, because you really are asking yourself for forgiveness, right? You're looking for validation from somebody else, but it's all about getting that sense of closure. And the reality is, you just got to forgive yourself. You might not ever get that forgiveness from the other person that you've wronged,
Well, it's a tough pill to swallow. And you have to swallow it though, because if you don't, you're gonna go off the rails like BoJack and like me.
Well, right.
So,
the Christian answer is, if you ask for forgiveness, you are forgiven. But it's the intention. It's really all about the intention behind it. Really, being willing to seek that forgiveness and really regret, feel that feeling in your heart that, you regret that, and making peace with it, that you've done that action, and you might not ever get the forgiveness that you want from earth, but they say Jesus always forgives. So.
I see Sponge says BoJack always thought he could eventually be redeemed. Yeah, he did, but he never was.
Yeah.
And so, although the last episode's arguable, but if you watch the last episode, again, spoiler alert, he's not really redeemed. He's different, and it's clear, he's maybe learned a few things, but he's not really like changed, quote unquote. It kind of leads you to think, well, he's about to get out of his predicament. I won't spoil it too much, and kind of go back to mostly the way he was, right? And maybe with a few enlightened ways about him, but he's always thought that, and I think I've always thought that too. But you can't be redeemed if you never do anything that's redeemable. And so,
well, you can't be redeemed unless you got to ask for forgiveness to be redeemed, right?
That's right. And
so that's the first step, and it's a long road from there. That's only the start of the journey, Ralph. That's not the end of the journey. People are asking me, what the fuck are they watching in the background?
I don't know. I couldn't care less, dude. I'm so glad you didn't make me listen to that shit.
How do you feel going back to Gamergate? You have a long history with Gamergate. Ashton in
the Sarah Lynn episode, by the way. Yes, that's the best episode, probably. Well, I don't know. There's so many good ones, but Sarah Lynn. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead. Ask me the question. Sorry.
Yeah. So they've aped this off of Godwinson. Godwinson, big fan of War Corp 666. Goes now by Lord of Patriarchy. Do you have any recollection of War Corps or no?
Not really. A little bit. I've seen a couple clips here or there, but
he famous feud with Anita actually won his case. Still in the gutter. Poor War Corp, still in the gutter.
Yeah, I know a little bit about him, but I'm not like an expert like Godwinson. I was trying to call him Adam, even though I never do, but you always do.
Yeah, that's a hard habit to break, bro. Yeah. I try really hard to not do that, but
yeah, I've never been huge into that guy. I do remember some of his beef with Anita, and I have seen some of Gollins and stuff on him. Surfer says PPP hates BoJack Horseman. What a faggot! That makes me dislike him more than anything. I think. But yes, BoJack's great. Even though Jews wrote it, and I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's funny because I've talked about BoJack before, and they're like, "Do you know a Jew wrote that?" I was like, "Yeah." There's
How
not too
could
many
he
things you
hate
watch on TV
BoJack
that
Horseman?
fucking
He's another one that's just like fucking. He's another one who should be able to relate to that character almost completely.
Ugh,
And
don't
Andy.
say that. No way. No
you
way.
don't think so?
No way. BoJack's way deeper than any one of those fags. Definitely Warski. Are you kidding me? Like what? That dude's paper thin. But Sponge said, did Persip just ask Ralph if he was involved in Gamergate? And I don't think he asked that. I was deeply involved.
Yes. Well, War Corpse was a figure of he was deeply involved with Gamergate. He goes all the way back to Gamergate. I was never really followed War Corpse that closely myself.
Perspicacity is a traitor, says, we love you, Ralph. I love 2018 Wignat, Ralph. Yeah, I think I'm going back to 2018 Wignat, Ralph, actually.
Are you going to go back to 2018 Wignat,
I'm going to reprise. I'm like the...
not moderate,
not
moderate.
I'm like a wrestler. I'm like a wrestler. I pick out which era that had a good run, want to go back to. Yeah, I think I'm going back to 2018 Wignat,
2018...
Ralph,
28. I don't know. Were you full Wignat in 2018 though, or were you?
No, not really.
I think you were pretty moderate 2018. I think the Trump, the election with Trump really got everybody into Wignat territory. I think that was he was the draw in when Trump started to run. The landscape radically changed overnight when Trump decided.
I gotta stop saying bad things about Hitler though. I said some things about Hitler a couple weeks ago, and people got pissed. They were like enraged. Now, of course, I jazzed up and was like, over the top. Some people were enraged by that. I was like, damn, nigga, chill. Like, what the fuck? Surfer says he genuinely hates BoJack. I think BoJack's valuable. Now, it was written by godless atheists, but there's a lot of stuff in there that's pretty deep that can be used as like, if you're religious, if you believe, I think that a lot of that stuff still hits home. But yeah. No, I'm looking through. What did I just say right before that? Perspicacity?
Hitler.
Oh yeah, Hitler. Yeah,
that was that was an interesting conversation.
Yeah. Chief of Staff just said Perspic has better Rumble stickers than you. Seek some help. You know what? Fuck.
I gave Ralph the Rumble stickers. I don't know.
I'm gonna work on mine.
I'm gonna have to get into your Rumble and put them in there.
Plus, I don't want to use ones with cozy on it. Even though some of those are good, but I do need some.
There's a lot of ones that don't have cozy. All these are ones I created myself. I created every single one of these.
My wife on it. I can't use that either.
Oh yeah, the God's Plan. I love that, Ralph. Though God's Plan.
Yeah, no.
You're playing God's Plan. You're singing the song, and it's just so.
You know why I did that? Because that song was big right when I was getting out of jail, and I've liked some Drake songs here or there, but I remember listening to that a lot when I was in jail, and so songs from that era still, because I listened to them a lot, and it came on.
In my defense, I put that. Yeah, in my defense, I put that GIF on here well before any of that. I put that GIF on here when I first started the Rumble.
Yeah, well, look, those are still good memories. A lot of that stuff, but and even my Cash App, which I have to change when I get logged back into it, it still works and everything. So don't stop sending money to it. But it has her with the two, like she's holding the hats and she's got one of the hats on. I'm like, oh, I gotta change that. You can't. I was talking about a memory with my ex-wife, fully ex-wife. When I went over to the UK and I had a crazy night with Milo and Sargon and all that. And I used to try to not think about that stuff and kind of just block it out. But I was thinking about it during the summer. Of course, this is before my last fall or whatever. But you kind of, as you look back, it's like that was still a good time, even though things ended badly and all that stuff happened, and things are maybe in the process ending badly now. There's still a lot of stuff to cherish there for sure.
Of course.
And me and her made history in a lot of ways. And you look at the Stop the Steal stuff. You look at the arrest of Chris Chan and a lot of other wild
That was
things.
great. Yes, that was great. Tracking down Chris Chan, you shouting down that guy to tears. That was probably my favorite moment. Besides you literally getting the most opportune moment possible with getting Chris Chan getting pulled out of the building right as you pulled up. You're right at the top of the hill. You have a perfect camera shot. And you're shouting down, and Chris is answering all of your questions.
Yeah,
that was beautiful. But my favorite is you just screaming at that toothless guy on the side of the road that was stalking Chris Chan.
Yeah, I went off on him.
And he was like,
but I mean, we kind of made history off that, and she's a big part of my history. And I got a beautiful daughter out of all that. And one day she can look back and see.
You got a lot of good memories, a lot of good experiences, right? I mean,
yeah, a lot of good ones.
You can't take that away. That's not going anywhere. That's what stays my hand with this fat fuck, because we have a lot of history and a lot of good times. So just personally, not even that has to do with any of this bullshit online, just having a good time as friends. I mean, we had a good time. I was literally locked. COVID was a unique time. None of this would have ever happened. As much as I resent COVID, none of this would have ever happened with COVID. I would have never ever found time to sit in a call with a person and just laugh and have fun being locked in my house. That would have nothing would have like that would have ever happened unless the lockdowns happened.
Well, I may have never gotten with my wife in the first place without COVID. That kind of changed the trajectory of everything. The war with Josh Moon and all that stuff probably wouldn't happen either. So yeah, it changed my life in good ways and bad. But I think about that era a lot. Jacuzzi mentions HBO's Rome as one of the greatest shows. That's true, even though it's truncated. The first season in particular, but 13. I think that might be in the second season. The 13, or I can't remember if that's second season. The Wire, Sopranos, Mad Men.
Sopranos, I've watched in depth. I've rewatched The Sopranos many times. It's one of my favorites. I absolutely love The Sopranos. That's one I could actually say that I watch. I don't watch a lot of TV, but The Sopranos, I literally had to watch all of it. It's one of my favorite series ever.
Well, that's another one I started watching through with my wife and didn't get through, which is my fault. So hopefully she'll go back through and watch it one day. But I love The Sopranos. Mad Men, I really love. I mentioned The Wire, of course. All in the Family.
All in the Family is a great show, yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the great shows.
Could never do a show like that now. That era is over.
Close. Not even close. I mean, he drops the N-word. Archie Bunker does on that show.
Oh yeah.
The funny thing about that, it's written by it's the showrunner's Norman Lear, and he was like the head creative guy. He's a huge liberal Jew, but
yes.
And Archie Bunker they basically make fun of him for being this reactionary, kind of dim-witted, a little bit conservative guy. But if you watch the show, you'll see that he's right about some things, and they don't hide that necessarily either.
Right.
Because in later seasons, spoiler alert, Mike and Gloria split up, and all this stuff happens, and it's like
that's like the end of the series, and then they do the bar. What was that?
Archie Bunker's place.
Archie Bunker's place. They kill Edith too, which I always felt was like,
oh, that's one of the saddest shows ever. Yeah, that
was a shot in the heart when Edith died on the show, and it's just like it lost all of its spark. They were supposed to do a spinoff with the daughter, but it never materialized. I think they spun it off into
it was like a pilot.
Yeah, it was a pilot. Never got off, but the Jeffersons, of course, took off, which were the neighbors.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Jeffersons are great. Yeah, they debut on All in the Family.
Well, they're the ones that moved into the
Yes.
neighborhood. They were that was the
Yes.
whole thing. Blacks moving into the neighborhood, and how it was like, Archie was like, crazy. Like, they're taking over the neighborhood, and they went into that. It was a very human show, very honest show. I don't think you could even make a show like that anymore. I don't think they'd ever even
No, you
allow.
can't. Oh, wait, dot. What are you smoking? Season 2 is the only good season of The Wire. Are you drunk? Like, seriously. Season 2 is a classic. All the first 4 seasons are all gold. The 5th season's a little off, although I still love the finale sequence. But the 5th season's a little off. But all the first 4 seasons are gold from The Wire. And the 4th season where they do the education focus, and the 3rd season I think is the paper and the politics focus, although it comes, it keeps on some of that storyline. The 2nd season is the union and the docks and all that stuff. And the 1st season is just the corners, right? And the west side, east side feud. But yeah, The Wire's great. Troll successful? Yeah, it worked. Yeah, it worked. It worked. The 5th season is a little, but did I watch The Shield? Not too much, but I know a lot of people love The Shield. Michael Chiklis. Yeah, I know a little bit about it.
I've seen it. Have I watched it? No. The Sopranos was the other one I really watched. I love that show, but I'm obsessed with like the mafia show. I watched Godfather probably about 50 times. So especially probably part 2 more than part 1. Part 1 is a little slow in places, but probably has the most memorable scenes. And
Wait, talking about what? Sopranos?
The Godfather.
Oh yeah, well I love The Godfather. Yeah,
And part 3 is a complete mess.
Yeah, actually, when we were in Orlando, they re-released The Godfather, and me and my wife went and saw that. Of course, I'd seen it a million times, but we saw it on the big screen. That's the first time I ever saw it on the big screen. It was worth, by the way. So yeah, I do love The Godfather. Part 2, I mean, they're both all-time classics. I'd have to say, I don't know. It's tough to rank one over the other, but probably one if I absolutely had to pick. Also, I read the book.
Yeah.
So, the book is Godfather 1, basically, and they leave some stuff out of the movie. There's this sequence in the book where the chick that Sonny fucks in the hallway, they have a whole storyline with her in the book. Mario Puzo does. And basically, she has a problem with her pussy.
Okay.
And she falls in love, I think, with this doctor guy or this guy, and they put her under, and they're like tightening up her pussy, basically, in the book. And so there's some storylines in the book that don't make it to screen, but that character did make it to screen. I read The Sicilian too, which is like an offshoot of the Godfather series that Puzo wrote later on. So that's a pretty good book too.
I'll have to read the book someday. I have not read the book, but that sounds like I would see how that would be difficult to put in the movie. That would be like a complete that would be hard to kind of weave into the narrative.
Well, the book, believe it or not, is better.
I believe that the book is always better, right?
And I actually read the book after I'd seen the movie, and which you should read the book first, really, but it's just not how it worked with me.
Well, the book gives always more context, right, to what's going on. The film is like a snapshot into the main themes, but the book always gives you the full picture.
Yeah, and my dad had like a first edition Godfather copy, and he wouldn't let me read it. My mom got mad and went and bought me my own copy of it. And so that's how I read the book. But you know what? Later on, my dad, I still have this somewhere in one of these boxes. He knew I love The Godfather, and he bought me this book, and it's like the script of The Godfather with a bunch of notes and like information about the movie. So that was one of the nicest things he got me, I think. So
Oh, that's
I
cool.
still have, yeah, I still have
That's
it
pretty
somewhere.
sweet. Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
I think I got The Godfather on VHS someplace.
VHS.
Yeah, I got the fucking VHS of it someplace, and it's like three. I think both movies are actually 2 VHS tapes.
Yeah, they are. But I never had. I don't even have a thing to play VHS on.
Oh, I don't either
VCR.
anymore. My father was insane with the VHS tapes too. Well, I never had cable, so all we would watch was movies, just movies. And I would get my friend to, back then you could basically record any show. Now everything is on demand, but back then you had to tape everything on VHS tape. You want to watch it, so I'd have like my friend like tape the Howard Stern E Show for me and stuff. I mean, it was a whole thing. It was a very big deal when we got our VCR, and we were able to hack. You remember with the old VCRs, you were able to. Some of the VCRs would give you the ability to get through the cable. So
Yeah.
So that's what we used to. I mean, it was a huge deal when me and my brother we put our Christmas money together, all our money together. We bought a VCR. That was like a huge deal, and we were able to hack the cable and stuff that we couldn't get. We used to have our friends record on VHS tape so we could watch it, which was usually like I was completely obsessed with Howard Stern. So the E Show, we used to get that taped.
Yeah, I used to watch the E Show too.
Yeah, I used to.
My dad used to watch that too. I mean,
great.
I grew up with Stern. Matter of fact, Stern wasn't in our market really until later on, and so I would mostly just see him on E.
Yeah, well, that's how most people would get the show because there were 2 Howard Stern shows. There was the Channel 6 show that used to be like the E Show, but it was cut up a little different. It was a little more sanitized, and then the E Show was great.
Well, the E Show is just pure vulgarity.
Yeah, the E Show.
And I know, Shocked. That's one of my big influences. The Stern E Show, yeah, and Springer and Hard Copy
and Springer,
yeah,
Springer. Ricky
Who
Lake.
remembers Hard Copy in the chat?
Oh, Hard Copy was classic.
Oh, it was a class. It was like one of the tabloid shows, like Inside Edition or Current Affair was another one, and well, there was another one too. I can't think of it right now. But Hard Copy was by far the most degenerate and by far like the most. Tabloid.
Well, Hard Copy was always like Elton John has AIDS.
Yeah. Or during the OJ trial too.
Yeah, OJ.
Hard Copy was just like over the top with it, like holy shit. And I was a kid. You know what? I said this in the summer. I realized how it's been used against me now. I was thinking about it the other day. OJ Simpson is not really my idol. I said that as a joke.
Yeah, I hope so.
Well, that was a joke. I mean, he is a fascinating character that I've followed most of my life because I watched the trial when I was a kid.
Yeah.
But I started thinking about how that's really been used against me, like maybe in my personal relationships. And I was like,
well,
did they really believe that? Yeah, go ahead.
OJ is wild though, right? I mean, OJ, big football player, huge successful football player, then goes into movies, does like the what are they called? I remember he was in the Towering Inferno too. What am I thinking of?
Yeah, Naked Gun.
Naked Gun, right? Naked Gun movies, super successful. He's great in those. OJ's on the top of the world, and then all of a sudden he's getting a divorce from his wife, and he's. I remember that day where they were literally they had the Bronco on tape, and they're chasing him up and down, and all the cameras, and it was like such a big deal. It was like a story of the century, the OJ trial, and the whole lead up to that.
I was watching the NBA Finals. There's a 30 for 30 doc on this. It was the NBA Finals.
Yeah, Leslie Nielsen and OJ. OJ was was his
and
partner.
OJ broke in, and I still remember eating barbecue that night. Of course, in Memphis. But and I came back in and was getting ready to watch the NBA Finals. I want to say it was the Rockets. Let's see, it was in for NBA Finals. Rockets versus the Knicks. Yeah, that's right. I sat down to watch the NBA Finals, and they broke in with the OJ chase, and I remember that vividly. Yeah, for sure. But I was thinking about that the other day, and I was like, man, that was really used against me, wasn't it?
You what? Saying OJ was your
Because
idol?
OJ, well, I mean, he allegedly killed his ex-wife, and I was sitting here thinking that was maybe not the smartest thing I ever said. I was making a joke, and I wasn't even joking about that. I was joking about his civil lawsuit. But I started thinking about that the other day, and I was wondering if that was used against me, perhaps scared some people. And I was like, that was not. I don't know. I was just being a smart ass. I don't know. It's a lesson for some of you out there. Maybe.
Well, he did get away with murder. Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown. You know, I mean, it's tough. That whole thing was so wild too. I mean, there'll never be another Johnny Cochran.
Stone Mexican guy says, "Oh yeah, Johnny Cochran was a legend.
Legend.
I watched a lot of that trial, and when I was out of school, I watched nothing but OJ trial.
Oh, I literally, yeah. Judge Ito.
I was like
everything.
pro OJ at the time because I didn't think he did it as a kid, and I was all about it being a frame up. Now I didn't support him killing those people if he did, by the way. But as a child, I was pro OJ, and I've told this story before. I went to Catholic school, and shout out to Stone Mexican guy. Are the beggars still streaming? I think so. I don't know.
Yeah, they're still streaming. I've completely even forgotten that this was supposed to be a stream snipe. I do apologize to the audience, but I'm absorbed. Go ahead. Yeah, who cares?
But I went to Catholic school, and there were a couple other pro OJ guys who didn't think he did it, but by the end there was like huge pressure to change over to anti OJ from the other classmates and like their parents and shit too.
Yeah.
But the verdict came in the fourth grade. I was in the fourth grade, and the teacher turned on the verdict for the class.
Really? In fourth grade?
Yes, in the fourth grade.
Oh wow, that's pretty base.
In the fourth grade in Catholic, because she wanted to see the fucking verdict. That's why.
Everybody did. Everybody did. Everybody was following that case. There was not a person on earth that wasn't talking about the OJ trial.
Yeah, and she'd watch it just like everybody else. And so we got our chairs out of our desk. It wasn't like the built-in chairs in the desk. Each chair had its own chair that you could like slide in and out. And so we lined up all the chairs in two rows. The classes were small here. There was maybe like 12, 15 people there, and kids. And we all sat there and waited for the verdict to come in. And as it started rolling in, it was not guilty. And I jumped up and started cheering. And I was just like, holy shit. Like, I didn't say holy shit, but I was, even though I was cussing by then, but I was like, whoa, yeah. I was like, holy, like, oh my God.
So as a kid, did you really think like did you really think Furman was actually like a Nazi and he planted the evidence?
Yes. Yes, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, I bought the whole defense line. Yeah. I thought Furman was this racist Nazi who had framed OJ, and I mean, he said the N-word, you know what I mean?
Well, like, yeah, he did.
So I was like, this guy's a racist. They framed OJ. He carried the blood around in his pocket all day. What do you mean? And yeah, I totally bought into that.
If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit.
And then the glove didn't fit. It's like, okay, yeah, it wasn't that I was cheering him getting away with murder. I thought he was innocent, legitimately, as a kid. And I still even have a few doubts now. To be honest, I know there's a lot of alternate theories, and now it's kind of posh to say he didn't do it. It wasn't posh back then. But I totally believed the defense line. Yeah, I wasn't cheering him getting away with murder. I was cheering because I thought that an injustice had been stopped.
I mean, it's possible the LAPD did frame him. I mean, it is possible. The jury certainly felt that way. Everybody, I was also going back to being a massive Stern head. Howard used to scream he was guilty like every day.
Sure.
A lot of people used to scream who was guilty, but I don't know. It's possible. It's possible that he was innocent. I don't know who else would have brutally killed his wife and the guy that came back to the house. I mean, it could have been unfortunate circumstance.
Yeah, I mean, as I've gotten older, I have
I think a
more
lot of people
doubts,
wanted
but
OJ to be innocent. I mean, he was a huge star and like this huge role model for a lot of young men back then. I mean, big movie star, big and legendary football player. I think a lot of people wanted him to really be innocent.
well, the People versus OJ Simpsons and all talk about good stuff on TV.
Yes.
That's a great thing to watch. I actually did watch that with my wife. You know what? I started thinking about this a lot recently, and I was like, they probably convinced my wife that I like admired OJ for his killing. Like, I literally was thinking about this, and I was like,
well, you wouldn't be alone. I mean, somebody who grew up in the 90s, you would not be alone to think OJ was in a lot. I knew a lot of people to this day who still think OJ was innocent.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know people who think it now and have all these, his son actually did it and OJ was framed and da da da.
Right. A lot of people think that the son really did kill him, did do that. And it is possible.
But yeah, I literally thought about it. And I was like, they had her convinced I was admiring the killing. And I don't know if I'll ever get to ask her that. But yeah, and of course, I never meant that. But, you can look back through some of my history and it's like, oh, he had me watch this OJ thing. And oh, he's talking about OJ here and there. And it's because I'm fascinated with the OJ case. And I'm from the 90s. And it's like a seminal event in my life. And so it's nostalgia. It's not because I admire his killing, alleged killing. But whatever.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it too much, Rob. A lot of people out there think OJ was completely innocent.
Yeah, a lot do.
Even after, OJ won a bunch of awards for being like didn't OJ on BET win like a Father of the Year award? All kinds of stuff. I'm not making this up. This really happened. OJ won a Father of the Year award. It was only after that he got in big trouble for kidnapping those guys who were stealing his stuff.
Which was bullshit. By the way, they did steal his stuff. Now you can't hold them at gunpoint.
Now you can't hold them hostage at gunpoint, but it was pretty base. It was kind of base that OJ was like, listen, I'm not fucking around. You better get my fucking stuff or I'm going to put a bullet in you. All right. You better fucking get this shit right now.
Ralph Coon says it was a good bit. Are you talking about the OJ thing? Well, it wasn't the best bit. Now I think about it. But yeah, I've always been fascinated by him.
It did happen. It wasn't directly after. It was years after the trial. But I'm telling you, he won a Father of the Year award. I'm telling you that actually did happen. I remember that happening. Unless I'm making this up in my head or this is some kind of Berenstein Bear type situation. I remember that happening.
Maybe he was a good dad.
Well, he probably was.
I didn't see that though. Let me see if I can find it. OJ Father of the Year. I can't find it.
Yeah, let me look. If I did it is the first thing that comes up. The fuck if I did it.
I see Gators counting on outliving me. I don't think so.
Oh, a lot of stuff about the Kardashians and OJ. Deep Thai Sea. OJ still reverberating through the time.
Well, I have kids, Gator. So even if you outlive me,
OJ addresses rumors Khloe Kardashian is his daughter.
Yeah, I saw that. That's what popped up when I looked at it too.
Yeah, that's always possible. We know that OJ was a major pussy hound.
Gator's gonna outlive me. Okay. Well, your genetic line's not gonna outlive me, motherfucker. I know that. Sick fuck. I just saw that. Shiva Staff sent me that. Speaking about Seethers, holy fuck. He said you should chill the locals before you go for more intimate conversations like this. Yeah, killstreams.locals.com. The chief of staff's always on it. He's always on it.
Chief of staff, find what I'm talking about? No.
No, I can't find it either.
I'm looking.
I think I might watch CMLL tonight, which is a Mexican wrestling federation. I can't remember if the one I went to was it CMLL. I actually went or AAA. I think it was CMLL. I can't remember. I'm trying to look. Somebody said I should go watch Mexican wrestling. We did earlier this year. Yeah, it was CMLL. No, it was AAA. Yeah, it was AAA. Yeah, Rady Reyes. Yeah, it was AAA. But CMLL is the other like older promotion here in Mexico. It was really fun to go see it. I wish I would have done something differently after, but it was really fun to go see that. And CMLL had a show today in Mexico City, completely sold out Arena Mexico there.
Have you ever been to like a luchador competition
Yes.
while living in Mexico? I bet you that.
That's what I just said. Yeah. I went with my wife earlier this year. It was a lot of fun. I have a ton of footage from that I was gonna edit into a video, but
I remember you went. I was talking about recently, but I fumbled my words.
Yeah, I went in February, but I'll probably never put that out now. But I have it somewhere on my old PC. But yeah, I went to AAA show, but it was in Merida. Stone Mexican guy. It was in Mexico. It was here in the Yucatan. It was pretty.
I don't know.
great.
Maybe I did make that up. I remember it. Like I remember it, but I don't know. I'm having this might be a Berenstein Bear moment here. I can't find it if it did happen. I'll have to actually like look. I can't look while we're on here.
The wrestlers stopped to watch me make out. They didn't stop the show, I don't think. But yeah, that was one of the clips that I put up from there.
What do you think about this desperation in the background? I'm seeing Teddy Feezer is playing yet again. How many times are they going to grind that into the ground?
I don't even know.
Everybody's messaging me about what's going on in the background, and I'm not even paying attention at all to it. It's just like, yeah, Borski always looks cracked out. He's looked cracked out since the beginning. He's looked cracked out since I've seen Borski. Although
Mexican guy says, my uncle knew the original Aparco. He would come to our family gatherings about the mass. Based. But yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off on Crackhead Worski.
Well, I mean, it just goes without saying that Worski's crackhead.
Yeah, look, I don't care about that shit at all. Maybe go over a clip or some of the dumb shit they say. Yeah, I won't rule that out because people want me to.
Well, here, we'll go over a little something while I have you here. Because I did want to address this, because this was some epic seething. You could see now, right, on the share screen. You could see everything.
Let me check. No, but I'll just dip out and dip back in. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see it now.
Okay, great. After we go OJ back to the casino.
Okay, so Jaden has tried.
Jaden did his very best to like ignore Ralph, to
stay out of
not
it,
have to face the evil of Ralph for whatever reason. He has his own personal reasons,
which is fine.
Whatever. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is, yeah. But Ralph, it didn't do him any good. Didn't do Jaden any good, because Ralph's just gonna go after him anyway. Because Ralph's fucking sour grapes about.
Did you even do really anything to Jaden?
Able to make him a millionaire.
No. Yeah,
not that I remember.
Off of Jaden's fans and Jaden's audience that Jaden built, that we helped
just
build.
Complete lie.
Even fucking Feezer.
Nobody did anything to Jaden.
Ralph's gonna come in and goes, "Give me all that, Jaden. Oh, you don't want me to just take all your viewers and money? Well, fuck you.
Yeah.
I'm going to go after you about how you didn't do well with Nick Fuentes and this, that, and the other. Meanwhile, Ralph
That's all I
didn't do
said.
well there either.
No.
He looked like a
Ralph
fucking
killed it there.
bozo and got fucking shut down. What can you
It was
do
amazing
when the
that
fucking
night.
moderator is hostile, is muting people, won't let people talk to each other, is clearly in the pocket of Nick Fuentes. He booted Jaden from the call. He muted Jaden. There's nothing you can really fucking do. The winning move is not to play there. And what good did it really do
He
Ralph
wanted
in
on.
the end either? But this was the ultimate retarded
Well,
fucking...
let's be honest what this is really about. They were so furious that Jaden left their show and said Jaden literally couldn't wait to get the fuck off their show. Said, I'm going to sleep. And then immediately came on your show. High as any energy I've ever seen Jaden. The highest energy I've seen Jaden in a long time. Came on your show and did a great show with Milo and a bunch of other people, you know, and did it like a good show that people actually wanted to watch.
Yeah, and you know, they fucked all that up, honestly, by going after Power Chat, and that was a mistake, and that's why I don't care about killing AF
Well, but the
anymore.
whole audience has turned on them for that anyway, and they're reeling from that too. Like that can't be turned around on you, who used to. I mean, Worski insisted on using Power Chat, so it's all nonsense anyway, and they knew everything the whole time.
Robinson says these liars said that Ralph won that night. Well, because I did. And all I said, and it was basically because Jaden said a couple things about me that I was told about, but I didn't even hear it. Get personal, though. You were there for that. I said he got smoked by Fuentes because he did.
Yeah, well, they're going to play us, and that's why they're going to play us. Huh?
Yeah.
They saved all the clips with me until like 5 hours in because they know nobody would be watching anymore.
Well, he did get beat down, and they did make a huge mistake going after Power Chat, but it was clearly more about, and I don't have anything personal against Jaden, but him going with their line and going after Power Chat broke the Anti-America First Coalition, and I can't be asked to try to work with those people again. So I'm not going to. Does that mean I won't take shots at America First if they're warranted or I see something? No, I still will. But as far as trying to, like, you know, be on that every day or trying to lead something like that, like, no, I don't see a point in that. All those people kind of showed their colors. And it's not personal, but that's what happened. And clearly certain other things were more important than breaking AF, settling scores with lulls, and trying to take down Power Chat, and you know, trying to force me into not using it, which that's never going to happen. So clearly other things were more important. So it took the wind out of all those, that wholesale, and
well,
it's obvious to anybody. So.
I think, you know, let's keep playing. And I have more thoughts on that, but let's just
go ahead.
It's only like
Ralph,
4 minutes.
Because it just checkmates him. Because his only way is to turn Jaden against us and then try and claim the legitimacy of the A-logs through Jaden.
Yeah.
He's completely failed at that through his own fucking incompetence and retardation.
I mean, remember, Rob, this is through like the warped lens of a 600-pound man and a crackhead.
Should do is attack Jaden. It's so
I wouldn't
dumb.
take it too serious.
Literally checkmates his only path to, just destroys his only path to victory. But he does it anyway because he's an idiot.
He put his king out in the middle of some rooks and some bishops.
Where do they play it?
Like, why?
He got absolutely crushed by Nick Fuentes. Bad.
No.
He did. Bad. Very badly. Jaden got embarrassed and completely embarrassed by Nick. Now I think Nick.
Ralph said this about Jaden.
God forbid they let the clip actually play for more than 3 seconds.
For no good
He got
reason.
absolutely crushed by.
What did Jaden do, though?
He sneak dissed him.
Oh.
Because he's in our chat. He watches our show.
Oh, like Avon and Grace's show.
No, that's not why.
Yeah.
Nick Fuentes. Bad.
No.
Bad. Very badly. Jaden got embarrassed and completely embarrassed.
He
by
did,
Nick.
though.
Now, I think Nick was lying about the Spider-Man thing. I'm not backing off that. But he got absolutely
Well, that was a hell of a
crushed.
thing to come out with.
He got crushed and just.
Persip's nervous laughter.
Because he knows this is a really bad move. He's like, Ralphie, I told you not to do this about 50 times in the writer's room.
That never happened.
And
never
he's
did.
like, I'm going to fucking do it. Jay.
People don't tell me what to do.
He's been talking behind my back. He's been sneak dissing me. He's not kissing the ring. And you see how it is? Like, a lot of the Jaden Gang people don't get it.
What did I say that was wrong?
The same
You
experience
didn't say
with
anything.
Ralph.
I mean, it
Even
was
though they do
exactly
have a lot
what
of
happened.
experience with Ralph,
Sorry,
considering they were fighting him in AF for over a year. But let's just give them the benefit of the doubt that they have no idea.
He's changed or something.
He's
for
changed
real.
his ways there, guy. There's no reasoning with this guy. Unless you literally bow to him,
And
kiss
suck
his
his
ring,
balls.
suck his balls, defend his every action, which is
Yeah.
impossible. Jaden can't defend you beating your wife. He's not
My
going to
God,
do it,
that's
bro.
such a lie.
Sorry, he's not going to do it.
I never seen such
So
flagrant
it's
liars
wrong
in
of
all
him
my
to say
life.
it's greasy. He's sneak dissing or whatever the fuck.
Pause it for a sec.
Piss bottle
Yeah,
beatings.
pause.
Somebody came on and
Apparently,
told me, and I didn't see it, but and I didn't see it, and maybe the replay's out there. But they said that Jaden came on air and said that Nick made the right call, getting rid of me and Baked, and it was the night that tape came out and all that shit. And it was also after he had made the move to go after Power Chat instead of focus on AF. I didn't attack him personally. I'm attacking his performance versus
Right,
Fuentes,
it's a
which was
live
completely
stream.
lackluster. Yeah, it was completely lackluster. Now, what you notice they're not saying that I'm wrong.
No.
They're not
Well,
saying
they
that
are
the take
gonna-
is wrong.
They are going to actually vindicate you in just like 30 seconds. They're going to completely
Okay,
vindicate
but-
you, but then they're going to cope
This
about
wrong.
the vindication.
Because Ralph should be able to beat his wife for fucking not cleaning
Oh,
up his
shut
piss
the
bottles.
fuck
By
up.
the
Hold
way,
on.
so Ralph's bringing this up. It's not like a new thing that happened to Jaden.
You can't like fast
Ralph
forward
does
or
the
anything
same
on
thing
Kick.
he
It
does
drives
for
me
everyone.
crazy.
He did it to
So-
Big Tack.
He's your friend. You could compartmentalize like some sort of thing that you could
Compartmentalize, you
and bash
retard.
him later for.
Compartmentalize.
You're bringing it up
You
like
fucking
some
dumb
sort of
fuck.
new diss on Jaden or something. No, what? So you like forever
Great
thought
thinkers.
This, like, evil shit about Jaden, and then like
It's not
you
evil.
stored it in your brain,
Yeah.
and then finally you're like, okay, Jaden, I'm gonna use it against
You realize
Like,
this
you
is
was
all
like,
to
okay,
pander to Jaden and his
we're-
audience, though.
we're
This has
here
no
to fuck
basis
Sure.
in any
It's like-
reality.
it's like,
This
what-
is all spin doctoring.
I was your friend, apparently. You were cool with it, right?
Yeah.
And then I'm just doing a show with Ashton, and now it's just like, well, how about this, Warski? It's like, okay, you start saying, well, how about this, buddy?
You did a show where they literally sent people to Rob's house. How is he supposed to?
Destroyed by Nick Fuentes.
I am one to respect
don't
it.
like
You
Nick
fucking
Fuentes,
retard.
but he got absolutely embarrassed in a way that nobody. That was the worst blood sports performance that I've ever
No,
seen.
it wasn't.
Ever.
No, it wasn't.
What?
It just wasn't.
No, it
Even
was
if
not.
you're going to be critical of Jaden's performance, first of all, it was basically a stalemate where they hollered at each other and accused each other of being pedophiles.
Yeah.
Now, Nick, I honestly think self-felted by saying that Jaden tried to kiss him at Spider-Man. I think that's fucking like
Nick said that.
basically a self-report.
Can't even
that
get
you're
the story
homosexual,
straight.
And that this guy tried to kiss you, and then you kept him around, kept going to things with him. It's just weird. It's just weird to bring that up, and I feel like it's a self-felt and it's bad optics.
Well, yeah, this is self-felt
Jaden,
for Nick.
Could he have advocated better on the Ultros thing? Yeah, but he was getting fucking railroaded by Nick yelling over him. Also, Jaden is not used to these sort of he doesn't do blood sports.
No.
He's not been around during that time. He's not been trying to make excuses, but at the end of the day, it wasn't that fucking bad. And Ralph basically got clowned in the exact same way, where they refused to even address him.
Yeah.
At least Jaden got the dignity of getting to be on the call.
Well,
Ralph was like
'cause he
kept
knew
in
he
a
would
separate
dominate it.
room like a fucking special ed retard.
Yeah, I mean, they let
And then
Jaden in
brought
for a
to be
reason. They
abused and
didn't
told
let
that he
Ralph
was-
in for a
He was
reason.
getting fucking cocked.
And then the next
Lester was
day-
fucking his wife.
No
and-
offense to Jaden.
Did the only smart thing you could do with Ralph. Leafy was like, yeah, I'm trying to call him, but he's not answering.
Even
And
their
he's
chat
ignoring
is
Ralph.
shitting on
Whatever.
Jaden.
That was the worst blood sports performance that I've ever seen in my
No.
life. And he got absolutely bullied and slapped around by the guy that used to bully and slap him around. Literally. He got bullied like a bitch. He got absolutely pimp smacked, gorilla pimp style, Project Pat, gorilla pimp. That's exactly what happened to him.
Like, Ralph, you just, like...
So the
You don't want a
anti-AF
career.
coalition. I mean, this is the thing. Like, Jaden is like one of the centerpieces.
He is a
of-
centerpiece, I would
yeah.
say. Yeah.
I mean, this was a guy who was an AF, who was a right-hand man, He was the treasurer.
By the way, I
He
don't
was
give a
there on
fuck about an
January 6th.
anti-AF
He saw
coalition.
what
That's
was
why I said
happening.
that.
He saw the Sussy Squad
Neither do
shit.
they.
Well,
He
I
saw
mean,
that
what
this
is
was
this
going
cope
down a fucking
anyway?
dark path.
I
He
mean,
didn't wanna be a
Jaden's
part
fine,
of it
but
anymore.
Jaden gets
He
like
started to
200
expose
viewers.
it. He
He's
did
the
a lot. He put in a
centerpiece of
lot time
anti-AF.
and a lot of effort into exposing it. So much more so than
I don't know. Do you feel that way,
who
Ralph?
decided, and that's the thing, Jaden actually got into America First, in my opinion, with good intention.
Yeah.
I think he really believed in the
Oh
message.
my God, this
I think
pandering
he
to
genuinely
Jaden.
believed he was
Ultros,
doing
please
what was
give us
right for
money.
America, what was right for the white race, whatever the fuck that means.
They go into a
You know,
great rant
he thought
about
he was
me,
doing
which
what
I
was
wanted
right.
to respond
Ralph
to.
got into this with the worst intentions.
Money.
Ralph's intentions were purely money. I want to be famous. I want Nick's protection. I want to be the attack dog. Like those were Ralph's intentions.
Ralph was already streaming for
And
years.
Ralph did some of the worst, most disgusting
need
shit
Nick.
on Nick's orders. Like, Jaden wouldn't fucking backdate the invoices. Jaden wouldn't do tax fraud. Jaden would...
Buddy.
And he got absolutely embarrassed bad.
Not really.
And I got him on that show and immediately regretted it. Because I thought he, because I was like, oh, he's gonna bring the heat. Oh, I was like, he's gonna bring the heat. He
This
knows
is where I
everything.
want to go.
He's gonna bring the heat. No, he got absolutely rocked. And you can say somebody's lying, which I think Fuentes was about that. Okay, well, you just gotta roll with that. Okay, well, fucking go off, nigga.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the mod's biased. No shit, he is. Okay, we'll roll with it.
Of course he is.
Yeah, you're in an unfair environment where you're being talked over by a million people, and the guy who's like lowering your volume and shit, and bringing you in and out. And who doesn't?
Where's the
even know
rant
story?
where they were
But it's
screaming
spoiler on
about?
Nick's side anyway.
At some point, they scream
It was
about
tough.
that they told Jaden that Leafy was impartial.
No shit. I was biased the whole time. Okay, well, you gotta
Where
fucking
is
do
that?
it. Okay,
No,
the
like,
ref's
this is
not
the thing.
giving you-
No. Like, for Persip to sit there and go, of course Sweepy's biased.
Oh, here we go.
didn't know he was Sweepy until that day.
Yeah.
Nobody knew.
Well, you're dumb then.
We all
Isn't this the most retarded take that you've ever heard? He's literally having Nick on his show, calling Nick his friend. You don't know that he's biased.
Right.
This is really going to be the cope. This brain dead. This is zero IQ brain dead cope. This I love.
thought he was going to be a somewhat unbiased moderator.
Yeah.
Like, that's what we thought.
Ironically, too.
I think Jaden asked me, should I go on? I'm
Zero
like,
IQ.
Like,
Fucking
we just know.
retard.
We didn't realize
If
how...
we knew Leafy was like that, I'd be like, okay.
You guys
no,
are really
no.
going to take down AF. Let me tell you. You guys are really going to make it different.
because he's on the payroll. Okay.
We don't
well,
know
that
Sweet. We
happens
thought
to folks, too.
Sweepy was
Okay, what, you just quit playing the
impartial.
game? You just tuck your tail between your legs and get fucking rocked.
Well, he got kicked
after
off.
Jaden?
He was
No,
kicked off.
he was kicked off. He was fucking muted and then kicked off, Ralph.
Yeah, and chat's even saying
asshole.
he admitted he didn't do very well on that.
He didn't do well. He wasn't
So
prepared.
even- he was biased,
He got a
but-
little too high energy.
You know what,
Biased.
Persip? I'd love to see how you do against Nick Fuentes, bud. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Persip's one to fucking talk about Jaden's performance. Like, I understand. Maybe you've been getting better, Persip, but buddy, like, that show we did together, it stunk. I don't think it was my fault.
No.
To be honest.
He doesn't think it was his
Like,
fault.
the thing is, like, I'm trying to be funny and shit. Like, Persip won't laugh.
I wasn't laughing because you weren't funny. You were terrible on that show. I didn't laugh. I'm not going to fake laughter like Worski. What was I supposed to laugh at? Worski isn't pixels on a screen, and we should feel bad for Worski after you buried him for the entire week? Like, what was I supposed to laugh at? You saying I was Jubbed the Nub and you didn't know who I was? What was supposed to be funny? I'm not going to
Also, the
fake
record-
laugh for you, you fucking retard.
The record speaks for itself. You know, nobody did more damage than I did in that month or two, whatever it was, about 6 weeks. And they decided with Jaden, it's not personal with me and Jaden, but they decided to go after Power Chat and split the coalition. And it's like, okay, well,
Well, it's
That
retarded when you've
disillusionment.
used Power Chat for 8 months, and it was all the same people in control of Power Chat then than now. So does this make any sense to anybody? And you're burning your own pay pigs. You're burning down yourself. What to get at me? I mean, this really worked out well for you. Why? Because I wouldn't laugh at your horrible fucking monologue. There was nothing funny. You weren't saying anything funny. I'm not going to laugh. This fucker after we did that show, was screaming that I wasn't laughing enough at his joke. He couldn't get to a high enough level. Unreal.
No.
By the way,
It's like,
Fuentes
Andy's
knows
fake.
all this shit I'm saying. They still attack me to this day, even though I haven't really been attacking them too much here and there. With
Well,
some
they got
Fuentes
nothing
stuff.
else, Ralph. It's like 30 viewers. What do they got? They got to entice
No,
somebody.
but
to watch.
I mean, Nick and all his people, they go at me every single day, and they were some of the biggest ones spreading the scandal and all this stuff. Because they know if I'm left out there and able to rebound, they don't want to see that happen. Because
Right.
I'm gonna step on some necks again, and that's why.
Well, and what are
that's
they
why they're
going
so
to do?
focused.
What? There's nothing happening on Cozy. What are they going to cover? There's nothing happening.
Well, that's the other part of it. It's like,
Yeah.
what am I supposed to say? Like, I'm supposed to sit here and watch a bunch of Endernacks. I'm supposed to sit here, and that doesn't mean that oh, praise AF. No, far from it. But I don't see, like, I don't want to be in coalition with these people first thing. Like, that's been proven to be a mistake. And I don't have to be. So
Well, you know how I felt about
laughing or
some of
whatever.
the
Not
coalition
No,
members.
I know, but like Persip is just like dead energy.
Well, well,
Like there's nothing to bounce off of there. It's always, oh yeah, and just like one word answers.
Yeah.
He's not
You
carrying
bombing
it.
the
It's
entire
joke,
stream. I was
it's like
supposed
sort of
to
like half
enjoy that.
agreeing.
But he's gonna fucking like debate. He would have done that. He would have totally embarrassed Nick and crushed Nick. I'm
I
sure,
never even
dude.
said that anyway.
Like Nick Fuentes, say whatever you want about what a queer he is. He's a pedophile.
This is after they
defender,
ran. As soon as my name
catboy,
was
whatever.
mentioned, they ran.
right.
He's still rhetorically very sharp.
Why are you
And you
running
have
for
to
me
be
if I
very
can't do? Why are
verbally
you running for me,
talented
Ashton?
to handle Nick Fuentes.
Why
There's
do you
only
have me blocked on
probably
every
in this
platform imaginable?
Community, like 6 people that realistically are going to be able to go in there and handle him. You know, like Medicare, maybe me.
Shit.
Like, I don't even know. Maybe Ralph could. Maybe.
He would just have to holler.
But he would just holler.
He would just holler.
Like I don't know. Like I don't think Ricada would get him. Maybe Josh would like.
Maybe
mind
Josh?
fuck Nick. Godwinson would be able to do it. I think. Like there, there's not this big list of names. It's not
No.
like, oh, Nick's just easy.
Yeah. No. you
No, especially with no prep time, spur of the moment, you're jumping in. It'd be one thing, Jaden had 2 weeks to prep or a week to prep.
Well,
We're going
also,
into a
though-
debate with a moderator.
also,
He's going to be allowed to
Nobody
say
has
the
a
word
week
like-
to prep
throwing in the
for
fact
an
that
IBS.
moderators on Nick's
It's
side
the whole.
as
That's the
well.
antithesis.
Yeah.
Like, and remember, it's like
2 weeks to
you're
prep.
debate him on what like.
Can you imagine? 2 weeks to
pedophile
prep.
thing. He has an answer for everything at this point because he didn't have to get his hands dirty. He was just
Well,
like,
Ralph handled it.
yeah, Ralph handled it. He could just like say, oh well.
He's just going to plead ignorance. I had no
Exactly.
idea. Milo might be able to actually hold Nick to account.
But you would need to also have ammo.
Nick would
against-
never
I
expose
think
himself
Milo-
to anybody
if
who would
Milo
ever be
got
able to
off
destroy
the
him,
fucking,
which is a pretty long
depressants
list.
And got on some stimulants.
Yeah.
If Milo was on
Some
Adderall
Adderall,
or
yeah.
some Coke, and we prepped him, Milo would probably be the best person because
He doesn't need your
personally
prep. Are
had
you kidding
warned
me?
Nick and has the
Can you
personal
imagine?
receipts.
Well, yeah,
However, Milo's nowhere
Of course
to be fucking
Milo
seen,
could
even though
destroy
Ralph
Nick in 2
promised us
seconds.
Milo would take care of this whole thing.
But the thing is, she goes, why does people?
I didn't
like,
promise
treat
that.
Nick like he's some boss level opponent. He's a weak bitch. He is a weak bitch, but
He's talented rhetorically.
he's quick on his like words and sarcasm, and he has like every lie in check. He's like researched every lie and how to like branch out of
Well,
it.
he's thought about it.
He's thought about it. Yeah,
He's thought about it, and he's able to deflect and stuff. But a lot of the time, he does lose,
does lose.
especially in situations where he doesn't have any sort of social capital.
Yeah.
Like when you have like these blood sports debates between 2 retarded spurgs, it's like, yeah, these are 2 retarded spurgs, and they don't even really have credibility to begin with. Nick and like whoever, Ralph, Jane, whatever, me, and like it's just like, okay, whatever. But when he goes on to an actual show where like the people there are successful, they have like a real show, they have real life success, or there's women there, like people that have some sort of social advantage on him in some way, he kind of crumbles.
Well,
Like he bows down before black people
So
and
people
women
are saying
constantly.
Okay, so Nick isn't actually a good debater at all. They completely walk back everything they said. Only 6 people would be able to debate Nick, but really everybody has crushed Nick in a debate. But they don't.
It's
How do
not
you
consistent.
completely undercut a point after you make it and walk it back like that? I just don't even understand what's going on in that show. I really don't. But I had to play that because I was just fascinated. I never said I wasn't trying to get on to debate Nick. I guarantee you I could hold his ass to the fire that he's a faggot. That he's an undercover faggot and he surrounds himself with literally only other gay men. I've never seen anything like that before. Everybody involved with him, especially at top levels, is gay. How do you explain that when your whole platform is being anti-gay traditional values? I don't understand it. But apparently nobody can hold Nick to that standard except when he goes on any show and he gets pressed and completely bodied. So I don't know. Where he hid from you for 2 hours. For how long with Leafy did he hide from you?
Like 2.5 hours, like
2.5 hours he hid. So,
well, it's you can see who he talked to and who he didn't.
Yeah.
And again, it's not, like I said, it's not a personal diss, but if people are putting,
well, he did have
unfiltered
a major
opinions out there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he had an advantage over Jaden because Jaden was his underling, and Jaden was coming in, against a stacked deck. I could give Jaden that, but Jaden didn't perform all that well, and he got flustered real quick. So,
It is what it is. I said, I can't even. They're so just full of shit. Like,
Perspic, you aren't. No shit. I'm not Godwinson. I mean, could you be any more fucking obvious, bro? I mean, come on. Nobody ever said I was Godwinson. There's no way. Well, yes, Persip would get blown out because Nick is too good, but also Persip should be ashamed of not destroying Nick because Nick is a retard. Well, yes. Exactly. Nick would just show him being a gay Iranian. Well, okay. Don't get an ego, Perspex. You are a capo, not a boss. Well, there you go. This guy, I like this guy.
Well,
He's
I'm a
the most
boss, and I
active.
like Perspex, so I don't give a fuck.
So I guess we'll wrap up. Do you have any final words as we completely ignored them during the stream Snipe?
No, that was the best decision. I'd much rather talk about movies and OJ and all this other shit. Claudius, and just have a normal conversation. Like, these people are just.
Well, isn't it nice to actually talk about things that actually matter? And
yeah, and have an interesting stream and conversation rather than focusing on these faggots.
Yeah. And not just playing clips of other people and reacting to it, just having a conversation with people.
Yeah, and I see Chief of Staff's like, I sent him some clips I wanted to play. I don't even want to talk with those guys anyway. He wants me to go in on further, which I mean, I may here and there, but like, I'm kind of over it, really. I know people want me to dunk on some, so I still will here and there, but like, I just don't.
I guess they said they kept multiple pictures of your penis. I think that's a Ralph W.
Yeah, that was one of the clips. Yeah, they had a bunch of pictures of my dick.
How is that not a W for you that they're keeping pictures of your penis?
That's pretty bad. Well, they're black gay porn enthusiasts, so that makes sense, I guess. But
I don't know, Ashton. Are you you touching yourself looking at those pictures, bro? Somebody desperately wants you to watch something, so I'm gonna pull this up. I don't know what it is. It's called Mask Toll Plaza Thugs Attack Us on Highway in Mexico. So I guess let's pull it up.
Jacuzzi's got the red.
Give me that camera. So we came up to the toll booth, and these toll booths are absolutely unconstitutional. They're illegal. They're run by private companies. It's just highway robbery. That's all it is. People run them all the time, and they seem to be getting more aggressive because they can't get their robbery from us, their extortion from us on these highways. And This is the second one have been aggressive. They tried to block the road and they tried to throw a rubber cone. They threw a rubber cone at the car, but it didn't damage anything. The next one, today, we just came through and I thought everything was fine, and he grabbed the bar and he slammed it into the glass where the kids were sitting right behind it and just shattered the window. And the kids are okay. They're not hurt badly, but Titus definitely has cuts all up and little cuts all up and down his leg because he was the closest to the window.
What? And I guess we'll end on this, whatever this is.
Give me that camera. Two is in muy trouble, senor.
Did he pop our tire?
He broke the window.
Oh my god.
What the fuck is going on?
He just broke the window. There's kids right in the seat. To radio now, now.
Well, this guy is ballsy.
Sandra, no, get in the car.
Yeah.
Get in the car. Do not touch
This guy's got
it.
balls to fucking
Get in the
steal,
car.
whoever he is.
Tu nombre ahora. Tu nombre ahora. Señor, mi niños es en la carro.
You hurt
Esta
my baby!
is illegal. It's criminal. Two is criminal.
You hurt my baby!
You get in the car right now.
You hurt my baby!
Deal with it.
The fuck?
Tu nombres. Tu nombres.
Whoa!
Will you guys get him out?
This guy's out of
and
control.
okay?
Now. No tow car.
What the fuck is going on?
Get in the car.
Two is un criminal.
Go ahead now, Uncle Titus.
Tu nombres. These guys, he threw with my kids in the back seat. He threw and shattered my window wide open with the kids in there.
Well, wouldn't you get the fuck out of there, Ralph?
Yes.
I'd be fucking going 90. I'd be out of there. Especially my kids in the car. I'd be fucking out of there.
It's okay, Titus.
No question.
Look like he got okay.
No, he won't have got cut.
Asher looks like he got cut. A little bit.
He got cut.
Asher got a little cut.
This is crazy.
Put a camera on it.
What is this?
I want to see it.
Okay.
Asher, are you okay?
Yeah, is this sovereign citizens?
Okay.
Somebody explain this.
Clear off your seats here. Clear off Teddy.
Did you have a camera to see what he threw at the window?
Um,
You were rolling, right?
yeah, I've got it rolling. Our exit's in like 1 mile, I think.
Well, how many fucking kids they got in this car?
Titus, you want to come sit on my lap? What do you? Come here. Okay, let's have all of you guys up here.
So listen, we just went to go through the illegal.
How many
toll.
fucking kids are in this car?
Threw something in our car and broke our window.
Come here.
Shattered it. The kids sitting in there.
Also? Yeah, it's completely shattered. There's nothing left. I'm guessing he took that bar that they put in front. I'm guessing he swung that back and pushed it hard.
I saw him swinging at the window when he charged forward.
Okay.
Person in chat who linked this, explain this. Perspicacity is a traitor. Explain this.
Is it bad? No,
Hey, buddy.
it's okay. Okay.
Is there glass embedded in him?
Not that I see, but he's definitely got some.
Esta is desde la cuota.
Here, why don't you guys go ahead and have him scoot up here? Sit on my lap. Come here, Titus.
You need to check him over.
Here, do you want me to keep rolling? Okay.
Oh, he's a sovereign citizen who argues with Mexican police. He demands they speak to him in English.
You got a little cut too?
Well, so explain. They're not explaining like what happened that their window was smashed out.
And I got a little
Well,
cut
they
on
tried to
the
run the
right.
toll.
Oh, okay, I
We
understand.
did run the toll.
They ran the
And,
toll.
People don't understand. If you'll pause for a second.
Yeah, I'll pause.
A lot of Mexicans, or some of them at least, will try to go through without paying the toll. The tolls are pretty expensive on these. And so when I drive to Cancun, which I haven't done for a minute because my check's in the shop, which I gotta check on this next week, but you can spend, it costs about, I don't know, $40 to $60 to ride the tolls to Cancun. You don't want to go if you're not riding the toll roads. because it takes a lot longer and you have to go through a lot of different areas. I mean, you probably won't be fucked with or anything, but you know, I just ride the tolls. But some people don't pay them, and they'll either stick to the car in front of them and run through while the thing's open, or they'll just run through just like that. Toll booths are not illegal, by the way.
No, toll booths are not illegal. I mean, every
he drove
place
through a
has
toll booth. Yeah, he said they were illegal due to the Mexican Constitution. I don't know about the Constitution, but they're government backed. It's a private company, but it's government sanctioned, and I don't believe it's illegal. And I've never thought about running them. When I first drove through Mexico, I didn't know. Yeah, that's about equivalent in U.S. dollars. Yeah. I didn't know.
That is insane. The price of that toll is insane.
I had some pesos, and I was like, "Oh, it's gonna be a little bit like in America, a few dollars here or there."
Yeah.
Well, I ran out of pesos, and I had to fucking go into some city. I don't even remember where it was, and park my truck and get out with my dog and cat in there and walk just through this mass of people and go find an ATM.
Wow, as you're pulling through the toll, you had to pull over the car and
I didn't have enough money, and so I had cards, and they don't take cards most of these.
Right.
And so at a couple of them, I got off to the side, and I had some American dollars, and they would trade me another motorist here and there for US dollars, and then you know finally I didn't have many US dollars, and then it was just like, well, I'll just find an ATM, which was kind of an ordeal in and of itself. But I did, and never had that happen again because I always make sure to have enough pesos. But you have to have enough, or you'll either just have to not go or try to do like he's doing. And so I would never do that because I'd be afraid.
Well, that would be insane. Can you imagine if you did that in the United States, tried to run a toll? I mean, they might just open fire on your fucking car.
Right. Well, he's
if
lucky
you get
he didn't
caught.
Get killed.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that here. I mean, it's a lot more polite here in this part of Mexico, but you do that in some of these states, and he's lucky it's just his window got broke out, not his fucking head. And so I would never. And if you go to jail in Mexico and you're a resident, they'll revoke your residency. So
he's a refugee in Mexico. Refugee status in Mexico. They pulled up the spikes when he wouldn't pay the toll, and then broke out his.
They wouldn't shoot you for a toll, but they might beat your ass. And I wouldn't test that. And
I mean, they got out of the car. They left all those fucking kids in the car and got out, and were like literally physically trying to fight them.
In Mexico, and again, not that I have any firsthand experience, never, of course, but if you get pulled over and it's something that can take you to jail, usually you can pay your way out of it.
Well, yeah, I imagine
and so they call it an on-site fine or whatever, but again, not that I have any firsthand experience, but if you have enough money and it's something that's not too bad, you can just pay your way out of it. But which I think is fair. I think that's fine. But I wouldn't do that. Ralphie's a refugee. I don't know anything about this guy.
I mean, this is nuts. I think this guy wants you to have him on your show.
Yeah, American police would have beat his ass. Yeah, most likely.
I mean, he has 225,000 subscribers. This is just insane, though. People are watching this and going, this is... Well, let's see his cope, I guess, and then we'll kind of wrap up here.
Okay.
I am fascinated.
These toll booths, these quotas, they're a direct violation of Article 11 of the Constitución de Mexico. And these are completely illegal, not only on the constitutional level, but also it's financial corruption. What happened is when they built these roads, the idea was to have toll booths to pay for this interstate system, essentially.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
The way it works is there has to be a free road, but that free road might be a winding switchback through the mountains, and if you're trying to get somewhere,
it's the same thing in the United States.
Efficient. So they'll have the free road, but if you want to take the fast road, they've tolled those roads. Well, the original agreement was those toll booths were going to go away after the roads were paid for. And what happened is the corrupt crooks at the time sold concessions.
Bro, this is also happening in the United States.
So what they have now here is these private corporations running these toll booths, zero accounting for the money, and most of it is not even going to the roads. So in so many ways, this is a violation. This isn't some crazy idea Gavin came up with. One of the first things we came to in Mako was these toll booths, and they would be taken over, liberated. The local activists come
Chief
out,
of
and
Staff
this is very
wants me
common
to
in
play a
Mako, and they
video
come out,
too,
and
and
they
it's
tell the
short,
people
so we can
operating
play
the toll
it.
booths, get out.
Is it the
taking over
casino
toll booths,
facts? Because if it is, I
liberate
don't
the
want to
toll
see
booth,
it.
No,
and
it's
they let
not.
people pass.
Okay.
It's nothing to
freely.
do with that.
Taking over toll booths and stopping government corruption on the roads, this highway robbery is not all that uncommon. In fact,
If you
the
can't tell,
protests
Rob, I'm
going on
over
in
that
France right
as
now,
well.
the word is that about 90% of toll booths and traffic cameras in the entire country have been destroyed by the activists. Stopping the government from stopping you on the road is one of the fundamental things you do when you're resisting corruption.
Okay.
Even the current sitting president of Mexico, AMLO, in the past has been involved in these protests and liberations of toll
Now he's
booths and things
president,
like that.
he's
I mean, that's
not.
how widespread this
Yeah.
is down here. So people are really aware of this, and they're trying to educate their neighbors on it, and they're trying to stand up to this and many other corruptions that are going on down here. And that's the key. The key is always the people coming together and standing up and saying, no, no more. The politicians don't fix it. People caring and having compassion and being willing to resist with honor, that's what brings freedom. And that's one of the reasons I love Mexico and Latin America, is because while there's still corruption, there's so much more of that fight, that passion. These toll booths, not only are they taking all this money from people, I mean, some of the bigger tolls might cost a day's wages here in Mexico, which really prevents people from using the tolls. They use the free roads, and what that does is it prevents tourism, it prevents economics. It's really damaging the situation by allowing this, and that's why so many Mexicans, not just a few, but a lot, are standing up. You come to these liberated toll booths a lot down here, and even if you're not ready to run the toll yet, maybe as a tourist, what you'll see when you come to these toll booths is the bars are all beat up. They're all dented on these toll booths, and that's because people are running them so often. So what's happened is there seems to be a concerted effort with the private.
Well, $60 for a toll is
And
insane.
they're getting together and they're
I
saying,
have to
well, how
agree
can
with
we
that.
bully
Well, it's all the
people? How
tolls
can we
added together,
escalate, maybe
but-
damage
Yeah.
their vehicles.
Well,
and
still,
escalate
that's
this
still
so
nuts.
we can get them just to pay us because they keep running our tolls, and people are standing up to it. In fact, just a few days after my incident in Jalisco State, two guards tried to block one of these toll booths and stand in the road, and the guy just kept going, and he bashed them out of the way like bowling pins is the word. They weren't killed. It doesn't sound like he was going that fast, and I don't want to recommend anybody hitting anybody. The goal is always to avoid violence. But what was interesting is if you looked at the news reporting this here in Mexico, the vast majority of the Mexicanos were like, well, if you don't rob us on the road, then this won't happen. You goons, you thugs. And so you have to understand
Is this guy
difference.
saying
If you
run
live in
over
USA,
the-
toll booths are just as corrupt,
toll booth
but you're not
guys?
allowed to resist. If you run the toll booths there, if you resist the extortion and the highway robbery there, they will shoot you or imprison you for that action, and you'll be charged with felonies. Here, it's a very normal thing for people that are standing up for their freedom to run the toll booth. It was scary. I mean, I didn't expect them to break the window. They're definitely ratcheting up the bullying, and I mean, I was mad. The kids weren't badly hurt. They were fine. They were a little shaken up because, of course, the window broke, but they weren't badly hurt. Titus was up and around just fine the next day. But when they do stuff like that to your kids, that makes you mad. I mean, Sandra was fighting mad. She was about to go all Chuck Norris on them. And don't mess with Mama Bear's cubs. But that's why I was kind of trying to hold her back. I mean, I didn't want us getting into a fist fight. You know, I don't know all the situations. I didn't know what those guys were.
This is
capable of
wild.
because they're not official authorities. Oftentimes they're not even official security companies anymore because those companies won't work with the toll booths. They're so corrupt. So they're just hiring two-bit thugs. I'm not the criminal. The criminal was those guys at the toll booth who attacked us. And actually, a criminal complaint has already been filed with the feds here in Mexico because those guys broke the law and attacked us. Now, I'm skeptical that anything will be done to them for that, but we can expose it and we can encourage others to stand. The people saying that we're criminals because we won't allow ourselves to be robbed by masked highwaymen, and they are no different than masked highwaymen. Those people are the violent ones, and those people are the ones that we have to watch
Don't ever let someone tell you that you're
You
endangering
have to
and
pay
abusing your
tolls.
children because you teach them to stand up for freedom and justice, to stand up to bullies. The child abuser, the one neglecting their children, is the one that teaches them that they have to bow down to a bully and take it. The one that teaches them that they have to allow themselves and their brothers and their sisters and their neighbors to be bullied. That's child abuse. Choose which battles and what hill you die on, but teach your kids to stand up. There's few things I'm more proud of than standing up to corruption and bullies and tyrants with my kids. Yes, I be careful. Yes, I count the cost. Yes, I try and make sure that I don't do things that are going to get too extreme. In the US, there's no longer freedom to stand up for your rights. People actually still stand up in Latin America. They actually still resist. It doesn't mean it's always safe. It doesn't mean there's no risk. But these two-bit thugs at that toll booth were not law enforcement. They had no real authority. In fact, the law enforcement is kind of staying a mile away from that instance. They won't even pull people
Is that
over
true,
who
Rob?
run the toll booths because
For
they
the
know
most
how
part, it's
corrupt
not
it
law
is.
enforcement.
The
Yeah.
people
That's
running
interesting.
these corrupt toll booths, these financial scams and robbing people on the road, they don't want this ending up in court because the money can't be accounted for legally. It's time for these toll booths to end. The quotas need to be halted and taken down. The roads need to be opened so the public can travel freely according to Article 11 of the Constitution and human rights. And it will improve the tourism, the economy, the safety, and the commerce of Mexico when that happens.
Okay. Well, verdict on this guy, Ralph. What do you think?
He's a wild dude.
That's some wild shit, especially with like 8 kids in the car.
Yeah, and I see he's got a Wikipedia page. Apparently he fled to Mexico on a misdemeanor warrant, but I would, Mexico is Mexico, so like if you have your shit in order and you have a good lawyer, you got enough money, you can stay in Mexico.
Yeah, I imagine so. This guy's got to have a real good lawyer, right?
Well, they don't care really. I mean, if you're like super wanted or, a terrorist or some type of drug dealer, you might get some heat, but they don't give a fuck about a misdemeanor warrant. And they don't really care about stuff like this, but somebody might give you some street justice on some shit like that. But yeah, Mexico doesn't really give a fuck, and it's hard for people to understand, really. But if you're doing your thing and you got your money in order, your lawyer in order, you can get residency in Mexico. So.
Hey, I don't know. Maybe we'll.
Yeah, I followed him on Twitter. Some people were asking to get him on. We'll see. He doesn't tweet that much, but
We'll
yeah, I'll
see.
definitely have him
Yeah, that would be an interesting interview. I mean, that's as extreme as you can get.
I mean, I admire him in some ways. I wouldn't do that.
No.
Because I just wouldn't.
Well, that seems kind of crazy. I mean, the damage they did to your car, I'm guessing, I mean, that's why they did the damage. The damage they did to your car was way more than that toll, bro. But, I do agree with him that tolls are outrageous. Now, what would happen to you in the United States? I mean, you'd just be beaten to a pulp in the United States by some pigs, and you'd probably get that would be like a felony.
Yeah, it would be. He said that, and it would be.
Yeah.
I don't comment on stuff like that, but the odds are probably pretty high.
Yeah.
So another reason I wouldn't do that, but they just extradited El Chapo's son on Friday, actually, to Chicago.
Really?
Yeah, really. On a private jet, they extradited him to Chicago, and I try not to get into that stuff too much, but there was another associate, I guess you could say, who kidnapped. No, this is in another state, way far away. This shit doesn't really happen here, but who kidnapped somebody he shouldn't have kidnapped. and
Okay.
they found him dead in the middle of the street the other day with like execution style
Oh,
dumped.
fuck.
So,
Well, yeah,
um,
you can't,
yeah.
Yeah. What else can you say, right?
Yeah.
You fuck with the wrong person and things can get ugly real quick.
I don't get involved in that type of thing. I don't really talk about that much either because it's not to my benefit. But, I, if you're an American, you're not going to have to worry about stuff like that. But, if you go sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, you might. But it's not really, even in those states, they don't really target Americans, etc. And then here in Yucatan and Merida, it's not really like that at all. Like I don't see any of that. Is there some action underneath the waves? Yeah, probably, but you don't really see any of that here in Merida or the Yucatan. So
yeah,
I've never had a real fear or anything like that. It was a little scary driving through Mexico the first time, especially at night because it's so dark. They don't have street lights in a lot of these places, but it's way overblown in terms of like Americans coming through here being scared. So,
all right, we'll finish up with this.
All right, play it quick because I gotta go.
I know I gotta go too. I'm exhausted. I didn't plan to go this long.
This car was
Oh,
unmarked.
it's
Is this
shorter.
a registered unmarked vehicle for undercover work, or? Okay, you're not allowed to have patrol cars that are unmarked.
This is the same guy, by the way.
Washington State RCW.
Yeah.
I'd have to look it up. But... Yeah, you really should do that. So there's no market, there's no indication on this car. Okay, what's your name? Canfield? Okay, Deputy Canfield. Can I see some ID?
Can you see some ID of
Yes.
me?
Yeah, I need to make sure that you're... No, you need to prove you're driving an unmarked vehicle, so I need to make sure you're actually a police officer.
All right, that's pretty base.
To be driving a vehicle because you seem to be kind of doing something that's clearly in violation of Washington state law. So I just want to make sure you are who you legal.
That's pretty awesome. All right. Can I see your ID, officer? You're in an unmarked car.
He's got some balls. He
is ballsy, bro. That's some fucking. That is really some steel balls he's got. I'll give him that. He does not give a fuck. So, well, now we know why he's in Mexico. I think he probably pissed off the wrong people.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm here too. I'll see if I can email him. I'll see it linked. But yeah, he would be a pretty good guest.
Yeah, I imagine he'd be a great guest. No doubt in my mind on that one.
Well, I hope I was a good guest tonight. I had fun talking.
Oh, you were great. You're always great, Ralph. You got me through it. I was going to be alone on this one, and I was like, I'm going to have to fucking stream. Everybody desperately wanted me to stream Snipe, and I just don't even give a fuck. So I was glad that you were like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. You got me out of that trap. You got me out of that.
I don't care, and I was glad, too. I was like, man, I hope this guy doesn't make me sit here and watch this. Cause I don't really...
No, I'm not going to make you sit watch it. I didn't want to watch it either, so I'm very happy. What are we going to be bored to death? I'd rather talk about real shit.
I appreciate that, and like I said, I like doing streams like this. You just never know what we're going to talk about, going all over the place, just shooting off the cuff. And
that's my favorite kind of content. That's my kind of content. And there's some people that don't agree with the kind of content I want to pull out. Most of the people that are in my inner circle do not agree with doing this kind of content at all. It's all about cutting promos and stuff. That's not me, really. I want to talk about shit that interests me and that maybe the audience will get turned on by it too. We could, have a conversation and not play a clip and then beg for money.
Yeah. And like I said, just conversational, goes all over the place, shooting from the hip. I think I talked in some real ways about certain things, which, some people don't like that necessarily either, but, I do. And I hope the audience enjoyed it too. Kettlefish asked me a question. What was it you saw that raised an alarm for you over Only Use Me Blade? Well, I mean, he's in a bad way.
Yeah, he's in a bad way.
So,
Squire,
and,
I think Squire, I think more important things came up for Squire. It's a Saturday night. I think I might bail too. So if that was an opportunity for me, I would say fuck streaming. It's not even a priority over that. So, you can't blame Squire.
Oh, Chief of Staff reminded me, yes, killstream.locals.com. I see Mary Jane in there. She's on the locals. Also, check your messages. I sent you something as well. She helps me run the locals. It's been good to have her back the last couple days. And, getting ready for the fall push, trying to, just get back to business and keep it 100. So thank you for having me today. It was a lot of fun, man.
Thank you for coming, Ralph. As always, I appreciate you, brother.
It was a pleasure. I appreciate you too, and thank you for all the work you've done on the kill stream as well.
You're very welcome. I'm glad to be there.
Well, I'm glad to have you. Thank you, and thank you to the audience. I hope to see some of them on Monday around 1 or 2, something like that, for the kill stream. And I'll talk to you later, Perspic.
I'll talk to you later, Ralph.
All right, later.
All right, people. I hope you enjoyed this Scuffed Express, the Scuffed Saturday. Hope nobody's disappointed that it wasn't a stream snipe. I'm sure that fucking bullshit is boring as fuck anyway. I appreciate everybody coming out. And see you next time. I hope you enjoyed this episode of the Scuffed Express, and hopefully there are many more in the future. And maybe I could, I've reached out to some people, maybe we could do a little bit of a panel next show. Rapid fire on random topics, and I'll see you next time.